Hi. We're live, by the way, as Ivan just came down to say hello. Hey, buddy. What's up? It is us, the Alaboom. It is August. It's August 11th, in the year of our Lord, 2021. It is me and the Barry Reynolds Tron to start things off. How's it going, buddy?
All right, I guess. Weather could be better.
Excited to do some play testing tomorrow evening?
Sure. Yeah. I remember that I talked to Jen about that. Yeah.
I got you penciled in.
Okay.
That goes without saying. If any of our loyal group here, if they're interested in playtesting EOS or AOS or EOS, the Island of Angels, let me know. I'll get you in on the playtesting. I love your feedback, and yeah, we can get things rolling, if you will.
So how are we doing this, Lance? Over Zoom or that Discord thing, or
the audio is on is Discord, and the we'll do the tabletop simulator. It's where we.
Well, yeah, I figured it was. Yeah. All right, I'll have to do.
I figured it was tabletop simulator.
Well, no, I did it once. I'll have to do the Discord thing. I don't know anything about the Discord. I never used it.
Well, I mean, it's pretty easy.
I'll download it tomorrow.
No, that's cool. Anyway, for people who are watching us live, friend of the show, hopefully he'll be on later. He says he's got stuff going on till 10, but actually, you know what? I would call Peter Vaughn an Alaboomer. You know, I mean, he's a boomer.
Yeah,
totally. But anyway, his most recent game, Flamecraft, is got 8 bajillion backers and $7 billion or whatever. And I did a video for it. Let's see, 432 grand, 21 days to go. I'm very happy for him. 6,070 backers. I think this one's got a real good shot to hit 1 million for him easily. If he can keep his foot on the pedal and get this in front of me as well. And I will flat out say right now, that game you can teach it. It's what I love about board games. You can teach it in 5 minutes, and then the world is your oyster as far as like building up combos and processes and things like that. And go watch my video. It's on my channel if you want to check it out. There's tons of other videos out there as well that are way better than mine. I mean, the whole thing is that there's this cool little town inhabited by dragons. And you have a dragon and you move it to a shop in the town, and then you decide if you're going to gather resources from that shop or whether you're going to put an enchantment on the shop. And the enchantments are tough. You have to get a lot of resources before you do the enchantments. So at the very beginning, you're going to be doing gatherings. You're going to gather resources from these places, which from the get-go, that sounds like a lot of worker placement. Go here, get 2 wheat. Go there, get 2 meat. You know, that kind of things. But what happens is that you have a hand of cards. You have these dragons that when you go, you get to put these dragons, these artisan dragons, within the shops, and then it levels up the shop basically. So for each dragon that's in the shop, it gives it more stuff that it gathers. And you don't take them with you. It isn't your dragon. It doesn't do anything. You know, everybody else gets to use it. If they go to that shop, they get to use it. So you're leveling up the shop for everybody. But you do get rewards when you add to the level of the shop. And then each dragon has like a special flame power that you get to activate and things like that. It's tough to like really grok it just with this explanation. But the thing is that as the town grows and these shops level up, you get to add more shops, more like shops with more powers and more abilities, and the whole like town. And there's obviously one of the cool things is there's more spaces in the town than there are shop cards. So you know you can't just hold out and say, well, I'm just going to wait for that really cool crystal shop to open. I know it's coming eventually, and then I'll be able to cash all this in. You can't play it like that. So you have to just modify your strategy as it goes on. And yeah, I mean the game's, and it's super cute. I mean the artwork is obviously beautiful. So you know, just yeah, check it out. I think, I mean, and of course there's like a Kickstarter special, like, for $80 you get the 6 full color dragon miniatures. Why am I not just sharing the screen? Let me just share.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know either. Let's just share this here. Boop 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 boop. Then we don't have to share it when Peter gets here. We can just show this off. So yeah, so here you go. Here's Flamecraft. Look at this. It's just climbing money. Peter's just bathing in cash right now. It's obviously the artwork is absolutely beautiful. I would say it's medium light. I mean, there's combos and stuff that you get to pull off, but it's not anything like super dense or whatever. I mean, basically, there's one thing you can do at every one of your turns. You just move your dragon to a shop, and then you choose to either gather stuff there or activate the shop. Hey, Chris.
Did you show the video? That's the best part, right?
I haven't shown the video. Wait, I'm not going to show a video because I can't. Because I got to link up the audio and everything.
Video is the best part.
Well, the best part is the game.
Well, the game's the second best part. Video's the best part.
Well, maybe if I knew who was in charge of making those videos, I don't know, some schmuck. But anyway, no. So I mean, and all these things. There's like Fogo de Char, like look, it's a cute little dragon and he's breathing fire on the meat. All of the shops, all of these things, they have little secret little like cool little things hidden. And like if you take a moment and you look at them and see what's what, you can kind of just notice that there's like cool little surprises and Easter eggs hidden in the pictures. And they really did a lot of work just to make the games look super cool. And I mean, it's weird. I mean, obviously, like, the whole, like, they got 5,080 backers at the $79 level, which, good for them. You're getting the metal coins and the 6 miniatures and everything like that. And that's where all that money goes. Honestly, the different like, I mean, not so much the miniatures each, but like to get the molds done and to get all that stuff done. That's a chunk of cash. And then, I mean, game trays, if that's your thing. But I've gone on record as saying the game trays are worthless and boring. But whatever, if you'll like them, good for you. 22 shops now. Look, 42 art and 21 fancy dragons. They're fancy and they have cool names like Chonkers and Sweetie and Todd the fancy dragon. But yeah, you get lots of cool stuff, and the game's just fun. My family grokked it really quickly.
That's a nice coin.
It is a nice coin. I don't know who did that either, but it's pretty cool.
Nice coin.
See, Chris had a hand in this. That's why he's on here to pimp it.
They'll the show, everybody.
They don't need me. They don't need me to show it. They're doing
no. This one. And when it started up, I was like, I was watching it when it started up, and then I was just kind of like, and I went away for like an hour, and I came back, and I was like, yeah, this is gonna explode. You could just see it happening. I thought with the $79 price tag for that might push some people away, but obviously I'm wrong.
Obviously.
The mat is super cool. It isn't a board game mat. It is actually like a scroll and I know a lot of people hear cloth maps and things like that are like, I don't know, but this one just works. It just kind of fits for the game. It fits the whole style of the game or what have you. And look at that limited run, everybody. FOMO, get the FOMO. You might miss out, until they do the expansion and they make it available again. But whatever.
You really don't like other people's jerseys, do you? Lane?
No. I mean, that's what everybody says. The limited run, right? I mean, let's cards on the table here. Tasty Minstrel Games. I mean, when they did the run on the Orleans Deluxe and they said they'll never print it again, they really never printed it again. And like, I begged and pleaded and begged and pleaded and pleaded and begged with them. Let's just not do that. We can just do like the Orleans Big Box Deluxe. It isn't technically the same. And they're like, nope, we're not going to betray our backers' faith in us with this. And I was, well, anyway. So yeah, I mean, and I'm all for people miss out. They shouldn't be able to, they shouldn't have to wait and get it later kind of thing. But anyway, game's fantastic. When you enchant the shop, you level up the shop as well. Notice how you put this little thing back there, and now it creates more stuff, and it's kind of neat. When you fire up the dragons, they activate their little powers. Tons of people have played it, checked it out. Look, it looks like the Spice Tower. Ha 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 ha. Look, I wonder who that is. There you go. The game's just super cool and it's super fun and it's super awesome. So if you haven't backed it, you should go back it. And if you've already backed it, go back it again.
You're about 1/3 of the way down the page.
Yeah, I know. The fancy dragon mini. Oh, look. Includes a wooden dragon meeple and heart token. Then anybody you can get this miniature by solving any of the Flamecraft puzzles. Yeah, I mean, this page is a little long, in my opinion, but I think people are pretty excited about it, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, there's
obviously
just so much
the bread dragon plushie is pretty cute. I'll give them that.
Well, if you look up that whole art book, you get for free too.
Oh yeah. If you
Not
solve
for
a
free,
puzzle,
but free shipping with it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Free shipping of one book with any pledge. Look, he's holding a piece of bread. There you go. Look, you get a dragon coaster. And oh look, some chump here did a video. Yeah, what a show, huh? Yeah, I mean, I really liked the game. I knew I would dig it, and then I played it, and I was like, wow, this is really, really cool.
I'm glad you agree with me that it's worker placement.
It is worker placement. It's single worker placement.
It is.
I mean,
yeah.
and I also like games like single worker placement, in my opinion, is one of those things where I also like action selection, I think, is, because worker placement falls under a lot. Well, this one's technically dragon placement.
You're almost to the best part of the page.
Oh, jeez. The artisan dragons?
No, not just a little bit further.
A little bit further.
Keep going. It's probably a little bit lower.
Plant dragons, iron dragons. I like these heavy set smiths. They're heavy set. Visit the town. Hello, nursery. I like this. I like how they're showing the Kickstarter exclusives and they're kind of bouncing around. I think that's cool. I don't know where he found this artist. Have they done anything else before in the board game world?
She has a huge following, like on Instagram and stuff. But I don't think board games now. He found her on Instagram.
I'm gonna guess that she will get much more work after this.
Yeah.
But yeah,
almost there. Almost there. Just a little bit more.
Oh yeah, Peter Vaughn right here. Look at this, and he's got a little.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. He's got a little mug. What does the mug say? I love games. Yeah, it says I love games. Yep. Anyway.
Yeah, that orange one. That's the best one.
Yeah, I like how he has a rocket and a carrot.
And he's the only orange dragon.
Yeah. Well, this one's kind of orange.
Yeah, he's kind of reddish. But
yeah, he's got a reddish orange to him or whatever.
That's a meat dragon, so they're supposed to be red. Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you have a carrot?
Because it's in Troubles. Space Carrots.
Oh, that's right. Troubles is a good game. I haven't played it in a while though.
Thank you.
God, I told him not to use. I tried to explain to him to is he going to use BackerKit or is he just being promoted by BackerKit?
No, he's using BackerKit.
Ooh, why give money away? GameFound works perfectly and it's free.
I've never used GameFound, so I wouldn't know the difference. But I'm using BackerKit for Troubles right now, and it's really good. I don't know what the differdifferences are though.
I'll say this. So anyway, that's what I'll say about Flamecraft. If
6,100 backers.
Yeah, that's awesome. If Peter Vaughn shows up later, we'll revisit and we can talk.
He told me he was in a live stream on another show tonight.
Yeah, he said he was going to be doing that until 10:30. So
okay. He
says if we're on late, he'll come on.
You're always on.
If we're on,
yeah.
Who's Manny Vega?
If you're up late, maybe I'll stop by. So I'll see you then.
Manny, he did Sparkle Kitty.
Is she related to Isaac?
No.
Okay. All
right. He's done mostly kind of like party games up until now. So
Okay. All right. The name sounds familiar. It's just
So I didn't really want to start into a lot of grievances or what have you. But another thing popped up for me where the house I live in, we built, right? And it was like nearly 15 years ago now.
you built.
And, well, no, yeah, with my bare hands.
I've actually done that, so you got to be a little more specific.
You built an entire house by yourself. No one else helped. You laid.
I had a
down,
couple other guys.
you dug up the foundation. You poured the cement. The whole thing. Just you.
Me and a couple other guys. Yeah.
Was this before or after you got ran over by the train?
Before, way before. This is right at. Actually,
So you admit it. You were run over by a train.
Yeah, I like how you don't even argue with them anymore.
Yeah, what's the fucking point?
Hey, Alex.
How's it going? I'm in Toronto. I'm just hanging around.
Toronto,
Open the borders.
baby. Ooh, what
Yeah,
are you
just-
drinking? What was that? What was that?
Oh,
What was
that's a weird off-brand Canadian seltzer. Mixed berry, Compline sparkling water, everything with French in it because we're in Canada. Eau de pétillant or something.
it?
I have
was.
no idea.
It looked like a really weird can. That's why I had to ask.
It's a really weird can, and it's not like something you can find in a grocery store that's like 70 years old. It's just seltzer.
You're in Canada. Do you partake in a beer ever, sir?
I just had a beer today, actually. What did I have? I had I don't even know what I had. Also, there's probably bad background noise here.
Whenever I end up in Canada, I always make sure I drink a kokanee, which is this weird, like it's called kokanee beer, and it's nothing special. I just like the name. It's when we go fishing in Canada, I always make sure I get a case of kokanee, and it's Kokanee or something like that.
I'll check it out. What I had today was far more boring.
No. Well, this isn't anything special. It's a domestic beer, but I just like I said, I like the name and I like the can. No, okay. So what I was talking about, built the house. There's all kinds of things we didn't know any better. To tell the builder, oh, this would be nice, or wouldn't this be cool? We made a couple of good choices, but there were a couple of things. One of the things that I didn't do or I didn't say, hey, wouldn't this be nice if we had X, was a basement sink, with both hot and, so that they're like, if you need to like soak clothes in like a solution before you throw it in the wash, like for a stain or something like that, just with hot and cold running water. And it was one of those things where it's like, oh, that would have been really nice if I had thought about it. And when we had that, then we would have had a sink in the basement. And then now, but it was okay, annoying, but no big deal. Well, so I had to do a water change on the 125 gallon aquarium today. And the thing is that I have like the apparatus that you just attach to any faucet. And but the thing is, I'm in the basement. So none of the faucets upstairs, when I attach it to it, can produce enough water flow to create the suction needed to draw the water up basically 50 feet going up, to drain out, because it works against gravity. So I've either got to come up with some sort of like suction apparatus to basically, that sounds dirty. I need to come up with some sort of apparatus to basically to do, or I got to basically do it with 10-gallon buckets, drain 10 gallons, go pour it out, drain 10 gallons, go pour it out. Plus I don't have a drain to so during the winter, it's going to suck. What am I going to do? Walk it upstairs and dump it off my deck, so I can make a nice glassy, icy sheet on the water so my dogs can slip around. And
yes.
So I don't know. Like I said, I got to figure out some way to be able to draw the water. The rule of everything is that once the water flow goes with siphoning, it'll just go, right? But I've got to get it to the point where it'll go. And I've got to figure that out. I'm sure somebody's had the same problem and somebody came up with a solution somewhere to fix it out. I mean, refilling it's easy enough. I can attach it to a faucet upstairs and I can get the water running and I can just get the water back into the tank. But when you got to do I got to replace, 40 gallons of water, it's
just buy a pump.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was going to look into one of those.
Like a sump pump. Well, not exactly a sump pump. But
yeah. Anyway, just a minor annoyance.
I can tell you how to get around that.
Hey,
But we don't want to do it on air.
And my other annoyance here, and this is once again this is publishing board games annoyance. So 9 months ago, everybody who was publishing board games knew there was a huge freaking problem when it came to shipping and getting stuff out of China. And we were all
9 months ago.
Yeah. Like it was all, it was
like a little bit long, but yeah.
No, it isn't, because it was double the price. It was like, why is this all this stuff cost? Yeah, like 9 months ago, it was twice the price. Why is it instead of 4,000? Why is this 8,000? Why is it taking forever for me to get a spot? You know, it was just like, and it was like instead of finding a spot within 2 weeks, it was like, oh, you know, it's like we might have a spot for you in 5 weeks, and it just progressively got worse and worse and worse, and everybody was complaining about it. So now everybody knows, right? Everybody knows it's a giant problem, and so it's just it's annoying to me, and I get it. They don't know any better, but it's really annoying to me when you see like these people, these armchair people that are trying to like come up with solutions for this, where it's just like, you don't think that we've been trying all of these ideas for like the last 6 months and like trying to use every possible thing.
Lance, you're an idiot. You don't know what to
do. It's like people that don't publish board games are like, or manufacture anything. It isn't just board games. It's manufacturing anything and getting out of China right now. And they're just like, oh, couldn't you use like a US based producer? No, you can't. I mean, why not? It's just like, well, this company does. Yeah, that's a card game. You can get cards made in the America. That's fine. But you want high quality cardboard components. You want wooden components. You want plastic components, high quality stuff. And you want it done cheaply and quickly, not shipping from China quickly, obviously right now. But if you want that stuff made quickly and made well, and somebody doing a good job and cheap, because you can get it done fast, cheap, you know, and quality in China. You get all three.
You got the magic triangle.
You get all three. You go to Europe, you go to the US, yes, but it's going to be more expensive. It's going to take them forever to do it. I mean, we had to, like I said, we recently had a situation where we had to do some printed materials, and it was like, you know, it just proved to us once again why we go to China for everything, where it was just like finding a US manufacturer for it, finding one that could actually get it done quickly, finding one that would actually, you know, like do what they asked us to do quickly and well done and everything like that. And I'm not saying they suck. I'm just saying that like they're probably backed up with tons of orders too, with everybody like looking for other options and everything like that.
Because we shipped the jobs all out to China.
Yeah, it's just
they descaled in the 80s.
I wish I understood better why the technology is so much better there. Like why the quality has excelled.
They've been doing it for so long.
Yeah,
right?
That's basically what it is.
How long have we been doing it?
Well,
I mean, I didn't know there was China manufacturers for board games until recently. Maybe in the past 5 years.
Really? I knew when I got in the industry.
Really?
10 years ago? Maybe when I get 12? Yeah, 2012.
Okay.
Feels so I'm assuming they did it before then.
It used to be only Ludokick or Ludofact.
Ludofact in Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were like transitioning a few years before I got in around that time.
I think it was, what was it? It was like 8 years. I mean, I'd have to go and look at what time when Panda Manufacturing started.
Yeah, that was
because that was the first one that really started doing it. Started doing it really, or at least the appearance. They were the first one that really started doing it. Really started doing it well and doing a great job with it. And then as with anything, somebody saw there was a company that was making money doing it, and they were like, I could do that. I could get tons of little pieces of wood and paint them different colors, you know, and
well, there's a whole bunch of things, right? Because it's like the card quality, the color fidelity.
Well, also because they were one of the few printers that were working with someone who was going through Kickstarter, because people were very manufacturers over there were very fishy back then. I remember them basically being like the only option that would talk to you at one point.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, and then I think it was Gen Con 5 years ago when like Panda had a booth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was like, and then
there was
had a booth.
There was a lot of manufacturers that had booths, all Chinese or Vietnamese. You
know, and it's just, and they do it well. I mean, and I get it. People are like they want to know. It's like, oh, what can we do? How can we get this better? How can we make this work better? But I don't know. It's a little frustrating.
It just feels like there's no. I mean, I guess there's no incentive to do it in America.
Oh,
There really isn't. I mean, otherwise manufacturing is gone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, if the shipping container prices get to a point, eventually the math works out, but we hope and don't think it'll get there.
Still, I mean, I guess
the only large game I can think of is terraforming Mars, right? And everybody tears that production value apart. So,
not I mean, like I would say the most only the hardcore people can differentiate any kind of production quality from what it originally was.
not
I think the
differentiate,
artwork. Yeah.
but I mean, with that kind of style and that kind of large game presence, you expected just a little bit more. And
Sure.
since we're able
Yeah,
to,
better than a piece of paper to hold your cubes.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, there's definitely like levels of quality that you're not getting in America, right? The Stardew Valley game is very low quality as far as it's enough to be okay. I mean, it's not like dreadful, but it's not great. And they printed that in America.
yeah, I know material costs have gone up too. I wonder if they are higher in the US than they are over in China. So that still works against a US based.
Most
I'm paying
likely it is.
$6 for a goddamn 2x4, so I can only assume that the wooden
Yeah,
blocks
paper.
are more expensive. too.
Yeah, it's
What about 7? Yeah.
I think it's still cheaper to print in China, even with a 5x markup on shipping.
Yeah, so do I.
Almost guaranteed.
is.
Well, because like Lance was saying, the 2x are so thin. A lot of our wood, especially this white wood, whatever the hell that is from Russia. So
Goddamn Ruskies.
it's not only Russia. There's other imports with our so-called, lumber, building lumber. So
Did you say
Yeah, a lot of
so-called lumber? What's wrong with our lumber, Barry?
I mean so-called building
Curiosity.
lumber.
We don't want to
Our
cut down
lumber-
our trees.
That's basically comes down to that regulation. It's the logging industry can only cut down so much, and supply demand shit like that. Yeah, it's the grades are different. Even when I was working on the train I worked on was actually built in Sweden and no France. No, Sweden. There was a
Same
couple things with
Same
the but the carbon and the steel, the grades are different. Yeah, it's just standards.
Have the prices of Pokemon or Magic cards gone up yet?
No, you haven't. They're still $4, but I
They're
actually have a
still
funny
$4 a
story.
pack? When those go up, then you'll know the paper costs.
So I have a funny story. I have a funny story about that. Like basically every single place in town, where you normally would get Pokemon cards, they just don't have any. Like both of the local game shops, they got none.
It's like the old days of Magic. Remember that? We couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and like Target stores, obviously they're just picked clean because the scalpers, the eBayers are,
They stopped carrying them too, didn't they?
Well, both of my
I
Target,
think they threatened to, but they're not. I don't think they.
there's 2 Targets in my area, and both of them carry it. But you walk in, there's nothing there. It's a barren wasteland every single time. And the moment they show up, I've heard, like, I was talking to somebody who worked there, and they're like, yeah, the moment they hit there, somebody calls somebody, and somebody comes in and just buys them all, and then they just go to eBay and sell them for double the
It's all
price.
the singles.
Yeah. Well, no, they
Gosh, I wonder if
they just flat out sell the packs. He said
Oh,
the
the
guy
pack.
tells him that he opens the packs until he finds the ultra rare that's in each box, and then he has that he can sell for like $60-$80 or whatever, and then he just sells the packs themselves on eBay for double the price.
Singles, whatever else.
Yeah. So he can sell the pack.
Is there
and
one
he-
ultra rare per box now? Is that
that's supposedly how it works. Like
Mhm.
if you buy a whole set, you'll get one of the rainbow guys.
That's basically how you justify buying a box, right? The one card will pay for the box.
Well, I still remember the one day that my son begged him. This is like 4 years ago. Begged him, just can I get a pack of Pokemon cards? I was like, fine, just grab one. And he grabbed it, and then we brought it home. And he opened it up, and it had the ultra rare in it. I was just like, what are the chances? He still has it. The card's worth like
136.
Yeah. No, I mean it was like
if there's one in a box and there's 36 packs in a box. I don't know, But
yeah. So I mean, but it
Sure.
was.
Yeah, it's
I
fun.
still think it's cool. He's got
Yeah,
like
yeah.
some Rainbow Ultra Umbreon that's worth like $78 or something. That he.
I pulled the rare, ultra rare, whatever, the chase figure from the Have you seen the Funko sodas? The
Soda?
Funko sodas. They're not drinks. They're in soda. So it's Funko Pop figures in soda cans. They're pretty.
Wouldn't
They're
you
pretty.
choke?
What's that?
Wouldn't you choke?
There's no drink in it. It's just a storage
Oh.
container.
Oh, okay.
I'll go grab one in a minute. I'll show you what they are. I've got some unopened ones that I want to open.
I was gonna say it sounds like a lawsuit waiting to
No,
happen.
no, it's they're just called Funko Soda Pop cans.
Okay.
Because it's soda, Funko Pop, soda pop, right? Like and they're really nicely. It's packaged in a soda can. It's really nice, actually.
Yeah.
And I had never heard of them before until I downloaded Whatnot, which I think I've talked about before.
Is that eBay one, the auction
It's a
one?
live auction streaming system.
Oh.
And you can push a button and bid.
But anyway, the end of my story, like I dropped my daughter got her braces off on Tuesday. Like, but I dropped her off and then they were like, well, this is gonna take an hour and a half. And my wife was out of town, so I had my son with me, and I was just like, and he's like, I said, where do you want to go? And we got an hour and a half to kill. And we were close to the mall. There's one mall near us. And he was like, let's go to the mall. And I was like, all right, cool. So we went to the mall and we were like, and he was like, where do you want to go? And he was like, I don't know. Like, can we go to like the GameStop? And I was like, sure. And so we walked in the GameStop. And then I remembered there's a basement to my mall that like nobody knows exists. And there's this like kind of decrepit sports card store that's down there called Big Nick Sport Cards. And like every once in a while he would have Magic and Pokemon cards. I was like, you know what? Let's go check someplace. We went down there and he had boxes and boxes of Chilling Reign cards that like nobody knows the guy exists. He's down there and he's like, and I was like, holy cow, you have Pokemon cards. He's like, yep, limit of 5. I was like,
packs or 5 boxes.
five packs. And I was like, you got like 700 or so.
Why does he limit it? Yeah, like,
I don't know.
As a retailer, wouldn't you want to just sell everything as fast as possible?
And then
that's what I want to do.
And then
Please buy all my Geek Up bits.
So we bought our 5, and my son was overjoyed. He got 2 rares. He didn't get an ultra rare, but he did get 2 rares. He was pretty excited about both of them. And he, cool. I mean, like I can't remember the last time he and I played. And we should sit down and play Pokemon again, like because I actually like
exposing on Magic.
Wow, no, let's not get crazy.
That's a real game.
Oh, Pokemon's fun and it's tough.
But it's not a game. I mean, when you flip in heads and tails for stuff. I mean, now Magic has that too, but like,
yeah,
No,
Pokemon's serious stuff, man. Hey, Matt.
I know, but the game has some silly mechanics in it.
Like what's the silly? The heads and tails thing that you just admitted is in the other one?
Well, you don't like knock somebody out or not from like. There's not like a mechanic where your game will rely on a heads or tails flip. I vaguely remember that being in Pokemon.
No, in Pokemon, the only time you really have heads and tails is like it's like on a like you flip it, and then if you get a heads and most people don't flip a coin, they roll a die and odds or evens or 1, 2, 3, 4.
Asterisks.
Same, it's the same, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's 50-50, right?
I just remember there being a lot of luck on the die flipping stuff.
So the big thing about that is that when you like roll the die or whatever, it's usually like, are you gonna be stunned or not stunned on a turn, or are you gonna be like poisoned or not poisoned?
Yeah,
like I think if I remember correctly, if you're poisoned, if your Pokemon's poisoned on a turn, you roll or you flip a coin and like heads, you take 10 damage or whatever, and something like that. No,
I'm not trying to be so negative about the game, but I mean, Magic is a little more like, what do you call it?
Better?
Not random. I mean, you have a random draw. I don't know. I love Magic from the moment I actually wrote Richard Garfield a Geek Mail and told him about my my early days of Magic and how
did he ever respond to you?
He did.
Did he say, "Who is this"?
He wrote me first, Lance. How about that? He wrote me. There's a name drop for you.
Wait, he's the guy that made that bunny game, right? From Yellow Kingdom Bunny
Kingdom of Tokyo.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of games.
Deal.
Yeah, he's kind of a big deal.
From that one.
Didn't he also do? He did key thingy.
I wonder what
keyforge.
his monthly check is for Magic if he still makes money. He's got to still make money.
I hope
off
he
that,
does.
right?
He better.
I wonder
I
how much he makes.
think
So
so.
I want him to break down how much he makes every month on every game. That'd be so cool. He's like, King of Tokyo, here's the check I get every month. You know, like this crappy game that's still kind of popular. Like, I would love to know that. That'd be interesting.
You remember that? Do you guys remember that what is it called? The 9-card albums, like the card albums.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know
That game, Dirty Money, something like. What was that called?
A game around it?
Yeah. What was that called?
I got nothing.
It's early days. It's like 99 something, 2000. Gosh, what was the name of that one? And it depended what was showing through on the album. Like you would put the cards in the album and you would like flip pages and it would like make things show up, sort of like a Monopoly where like you would land on people's properties.
I got nothing.
See their advertisements. Kabuki probably knows. Doesn't anybody remember that?
Nope.
Wow.
I
Before
do,
my
but I can't
time,
think of the. I can't think of the.
It was
name.
like, oh gosh, what was? I'll find it. Anyway, carry on.
I actually played this game Oasis last night for the first time.
No, I mean, he's got a credit or two or something.
Yeah.
Good for him. Think of how much joy he's created in the world.
That's what I told him. I totally changed my life.
Like, think about how many board gamers he has brought to the hobby. Like, it's staggering. Like, King of Tokyo is still one of the most popular gateway games. Magic is probably the ultimate gateway game, even though it's not a gateway game that we typically think about. But how many people got into board games from Magic?
Filthy Rich, 1998.
I mean, I'm not saying this just for bounty points, but while I recognize everything you're saying, Aldi's also on this call, and it's not a small thing either.
No, he's not. He's just.
Well, I wasn't trying to compare Scott to.
No,
Richard
I know.
Garfield.
I just find the concept of we're talking about someone who's brought 1 million people into the hobby. I mean, how many users are we at in Board Game Geek now? 2 million?
2.834154.
Oh,
Wow.
trust me, I sing the praises of board
Well,
games.
you got my number. I'll show you guys my little counter.
You have a counter? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
I forgot about
Came out of the
that.
can?
Got one of those. I've seen those things.
Yeah, it updates every like 6 hours.
Oh, that's cool.
That's very cool. I love that concept. I remember seeing those for other things, but yeah, it's insanity. It's absolute insanity. The amount of people like one of my partner in Board Game Co. who's
Is that
does
is
other
that in
things.
a month?
No. 2.8 million? No,
That's
active
total.
users in a month? No.
That's users. I mean, we get 60 million users a
Yeah.
month.
No,
You have 60 million users a month.
Yeah.
That's
Whatever, unique. Is that a user? I don't know.
Once a year, you do the whole like year in review stats, right?
We did 1 billion page views last year.
Yes,
Wow.
insanity. It's insanity.
I hope people get into the hobby because of BGG. I mean,
I
that
don't
wasn't
think-
really the
I
goal.
think
of
people
it.
get into it. I think people find a game, they
Yeah,
Google
you'll find
something, and the
something.
next thing you know, you're on BGG, and
Yeah.
suddenly, I mean, there's no competition out there. There's some other sites that try to do it, but the scope and the drift between other sites and BGG it's insane. BGG is the resource, it's the place. It
Yeah.
has to have brought people in.
Whenever I bring it up on a video, I just say type in just about any game. Just type in the game, and chances are one of the first 3 results is going to be Board Game Geek. If it's not the first result, and
Yeah.
that's amazing.
It's usually like a paid listing from Amazon, followed by a natural listing from either the direct website or BGG.
So what's bigger?
Oh man, I'm
what?
so sad. Worthofweb.com says you're only worth 64 million today.
Oh no!
You
it's
were up
dropped
to, you were
by
you were in
10.
the you were in the 80s at one
No,
point.
wasn't I in the 70s or something?
Isn't BGG one of the top 2,000 visited sites, period? I remember seeing something like that.
Based on what? Yeah, I mean, the rankings are all over the place, right? Depending on.
I vaguely remember seeing something about BGG was in the top 2,000 sites.
According to Worth of Web, you're in the top 14% of websites in the world.
How high is Richard Garfield's website?
I mean, worth.
Number 1. There's nothing less.
Well, thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
I want to talk.
I wasn't looking for brownie points. I just
Yeah,
listening
I
to
mean,
the conversation of Richard Garfield, how many people he's brought into the hobby. I'm
It's
like,
funny because even still, I see a comment on Facebook about BGG sucks and it still hurts. Like
It
it still hurts
always-
just as bad as it always has.
There's always going to be people. There's always, no matter what you do. I mean,
The
every
la-
video I,
think
put out,
the latest one, and it's weird how this is so to the top of the pile right now is Descent, the new Descent.
Oh, the ratings, people are probably pissed.
People are rating bombing it, right? People are going
Yeah.
31s, and it's like
That's your fault.
it's another BGG. Yeah, like I have to verify that everybody has bought the game and played it before they can rate it. Good luck doing that, by the way. I mean, how do you do that?
Well, that's just-
codes.
everybody's
You
got an
gotta
idea.
Scan the game in when you buy it.
If you want to be sure someone played it, and in some cases not even so sure, go to the reviewers, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's a list of people that are all like known.
How
Like,
how
if you wanna
popular is
Fucking
the,
shams.
how popular is the VGG part of it?
Video game geek.
Oh, it's my small pinky toenail. Comparatively.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
And what about
RPG Geek too?
yeah, I was gonna say I don't think RPG Geek.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
exist, but they're not.
it was fun to make them, but they're not
Sure.
sustainable businesses.
No.
Why do you
I don't-
think one caught on and the other two didn't really?
I don't know. Well,
Is it
when
the
we made Board
crowd,
Game
or-
Geek, it was 2000, and there was like almost 0 websites about board games. When RPG Geek came out, there was maybe like 2 good websites about board games.
And then with
RPG.
RPG Geek, there's like EN World or N World, which is
Yeah,
pretty popular.
And in fact, I remember Dave Bernazani, who was the guy who really like spearheaded RPG Geek. He would go on other websites to say, "Hey, we're doing this thing," and he got hit with bad criticism,
Interesting.
yeah.
like really bottom of the barrel type stuff. Real demotivating. I'm like, okay, well, we'll move away from. I don't know. I
That's
just never really seen any desire. I mean, there's definitely a core group of RPG geekers. Like there's probably like a couple hundred, but beyond that, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't get the traffic BGG gets.
All
Dude,
the
every company out there always has their core product and then a million sub offerings that didn't take off. It is always fascinating to find out into the whys and hows, but
Yeah, I mean, I spent I think almost a year, probably almost 2 years rewriting the software to make RPG Geek happen. Like a year of thinking about it and then a year of doing it. Like designing, like thinking about how does this work? Because the BGG software is not, it's kind of complicated. It's not that simple. And then make it work for RPGs and video games and all their little nuances, right? And all the little things that RPGs have versus video games.
Scott, is your arm okay?
Is that a brag?
I'm just wondering if it hurts.
I don't feel like I'm patting. That's probably a bad thing. But it's so
yes.
complicated.
I'm just giving you.
Okay,
the
if I'm bragging
business.
about it, I'm sorry. I don't want to brag about it. I don't
You
think it's
should.
particularly
You should,
well
man.
written.
You created something out of nothing that as you said, like billions of people have used. You should be extremely proud of yourself.
Thanks. I am.
So
Yeah, I wasn't
know,
trying to brag about.
I
this.
am a better human being because you're my friend. Because I can say I know that guy.
Okay, let's move on from.
Well, if we're moving on, now that Matt Paquette is here, I have I have a list of the best movies of the 90s and the best TV shows of the 90s.
Oh, boy.
TV shows.
Movie.
How
I was going to
many?
go with movies. But
Movies,
TV shows
movies.
is content.
TV shows are too hard.
How many?
There's a lot, but I'll skip by ones that I think that I'll just say what it is.
Can I do a grievance first?
Yeah, absolutely.
About a certain list? Oh.
Sopranos.
You finally saw it?
I finally finished it last night. I got through the last 3 episodes. Really tough though, because that's some of the darkest shit. And I'm really surprised how popular The Sopranos is.
I loved it.
I mean, everybody loved it. Everybody looks on it.
No, I'm with you.
Dark.
It
took me
changed
4
TV at
false
the time.
starts.
There's so much, and I guess it's because of the era. The sexism and the homophobism in that show is less like off the scales.
Oh
And
yeah.
I don't think it got any criticism for that.
Well,
I think
also-
I think it fits in with who they're acting. It's not
Yeah,
something
sure,
you really want
but-
to see, but it's
Yeah.
very.
I mean, you're trying to accurately portray these people that are like that, right? I mean, it's
Yes.
Yeah.
God.
You
I guess there are ways of calling
episode.
it out without
Who would
placating.
like? I'm actually curious. If you watch the show, what's your favorite character?
Oh,
I mean, your favorite character is
the wife.
it
For
depends
sure.
on what you mean by favorite.
Ralphie.
Ralphie. Okay.
Oh, Polly Walnuts, man.
Polly.
I mean, they're all villains, so
Yes.
I know that, and I'm
they
like, I'm
favor-
struggling.
I started talking to people like this all the time after.
I like the wife's character. I don't remember her name, but I liked her character
Carmela?
arc. Yeah, I liked her
Lorraine
character
Bracco.
arc the best. Yeah.
My favorite character was Adriana.
Oh no,
She's
Lorraine
good, too.
Bracco
Yeah,
is
and
the
the worst
therapist.
Ending ever for her.
Carmela was Edie.
No, Edie
Falco?
Falco.
Falco.
Edie
Falco, yeah.
So, yeah.
No,
So
I was
nobody had the favorite, like nobody's favorite character was one of the gangsters, right?
no, no.
No, I like
Polly
Polly
That's
Walnuts.
pretty awesome in
Yeah.
it, though.
Polly and Silvio were hilarious.
Yeah.
For all the sexism,
I
for all
guess my
everything
favorite
else, the
gangster
women
movie
have
still-
very good arcs.
Silvio,
Christopher.
my favorite. But not like I really hated all of them, and I hate the kids. The kids were the
Oh, the
worst.
kids are despicable.
I'm like, how did this show get popular? There is no one likable in that show, and I guess
You
it
got to
just-
remember
at its time.
also. Look
Yeah.
at when this show ran. It ran in
Yeah.
the 90s. I mean, like I was still working. I can remember I went to my buddy's house who had HBO so I could watch the final episode, so I didn't have to wait to pirate it off the internet to watch it myself. So I went over to his house, and I was still working at US Bank at the time. So it was, and I was still working in his, and the guy I worked alongside with every single day at work. So this would have been like, what is it, 10 years ago was the final
99 to
episode?
2007.
Yeah, so it's over 10 years ago. I mean, it's. I hate to use the terminology of product of their time, but you're talking about the sexism
14 years ago.
and the homophobia. I mean, 14 years ago, it feels like it wasn't that long ago when we watched that show, but it was a long time ago.
Even then, you saw that and you were like, "Ooh, this is over the top." Even then, it was more than culturally acceptable because they were trying to portray how dark ages these people still were
Oh, it was so dark.
in their culture. Yeah,
I was devastated for that one character to die.
I mean,
what?
Most of them.
I didn't
not
care
a
when
show
I
where
didn't,
you're
I didn't
supposed to
care
like
about
the
any of the
character.
gangsters dying.
yeah. It's
In
not a
fact, I
show where
was-
you're supposed to like the characters. It's a show
It's
where
weird.
you're
It's just
supposed
weird
to
how
like
it got so popular and got so big.
Yeah.
You gonna watch the prequel?
Maybe I'll see what the
Is that,
Well,
a
that was
movie?
that was the whole thing. It was like you were cheering for Tony, even though
I hated him. He's the worst.
like
He
like,
was the worst.
I will say this. I will say this to you now, Scott, and I don't know this for sure. But if you had watched it when it was coming out and it was being shown, and you had watched it during that era, it's just like now when I watch it and I watch it, I'm like, good Lord, these people are horrible human beings. But at the time, it's just like you probably wouldn't have matured as much. And
it
you
might have
probably
been at the
like-
time. Yeah.
Here's
Yeah.
what they did that was brilliant: is they'd show you that he's a bad guy, any one of them, but really Tony, and then they'd kind of humanize him a little bit, and then suddenly he'd show you he's a bad guy again, and you'd be like,
Oh, yeah.
I shouldn't like this.
Oh,
guy."
you-
Anytime I sort of got a glimmer of like, oh, okay, maybe he's all right, and then he would do something that
Right.
I think
No,
they did on
that's
purpose.
the
well, no,
brilliant
and,
part.
and the episode that really showed that was he was spending time with his daughter, showing her to colleges and stuff like that, and then
Yep.
stops to go and strangle a guy to death because he was
Yep.
a snitch.
and then lied about
Yeah.
it.
What was he
Comes up
supposed to
with
do?
a
Tell his daughter, "Yeah, I had to go kill a guy."
That's
but-
also why he's not
the
likable as a
lying isn't
character.
the
They
He
worst.
keep-
didn't have to kill the guy.
Yeah.
The lying isn't the worst part.
Well, yeah, he did. He
Mhm.
snitched.
He didn't have to kill the guy.
Yeah,
Snitches
he
get
was the
stitches.
only one that saw him. That's
Well,
kind
here's the
of
thing:
point.
the,
He
the
could have let
other
it go.
gangster could have killed him.
Well, yeah.
He had the drop on him that he followed them back to their hotel.
But he could have also just let it go, like that's a guy. But
Well, he did. Remember the gang, the original, the one who the snitch or whatever. I forget his name, but like he had the gun pointed at their hotel when they were going back in from at night at the bar or whatever with the college
right.
kids.
I just
he
meant when
didn't
he
kill
first
them.
saw him, like,
And then he begged for his life. He goes, "I could have killed you last night, and I didn't," and still killed him.
Well, yeah, because he was a snitch.
Yeah. That seems reasonable, honestly.
Bobby Bacala. How about that?
No, but I'm with you, Scott. I watched it after it was popular.
Yeah, I
It took
mean-
me 3 runs to actually get it. Like I kept on trying and
I forced
starting.
myself for sure.
And then
It
eventually I
kept-
managed to hit that curve, and then I finished it. And I thought it was good. Never loved it the way lots of people did.
Yeah.
It's kind of like everybody wants to tell me that The Expanse is such a great TV show, and I cannot get past like the third or fourth episode.
I am with you there too. I keep
I'm
wanting
just
to
like,
give it another shot.
Can something happen? Can something engage me with this stupid show?
I'm 100% with you. I'm so glad.
Dude,
Like,
every single
trying.
time somebody on Facebook says, "Oh my gosh, the next season of Expanse is on! I can't believe it! I'm turning off my phone and everything. This is what I'm doing for the next 24 hours."
Do modern shows have to have something happen every episode?
I don't know what it is.
Kind of like
not every episode, but if you don't hook me from the get-go, why should I keep watching? If I haven't been hooked in 3 episodes, why am I watching?
Major happen.
I watched like the first 9 episodes, and then I forgot to watch the 10th one. And I was like, well, if I just forgot, I had to oh right, what was that show, and go find it. Like if I feel like that by the 9th, 10th episode,
it's kind of like I read this book. Somebody suggested this book to me called Tome of the Undergates, which was like they said it's a great like D&D fantasy book. It's like he said like the first half of the book is just one big battle on a ship that they're having. Like it's basically this ship being chased by other ships and battling. And I was like, sounds amazing. And I got the book. I read like 2/3 of it. I was like, this is great. And then I set it down somewhere, and then I forgot about it, and then I misplaced it, and then I didn't know where it was. A couple of years went by, and I found it the other day when I was cleaning out the basement. I was like, oh, this book. And I was like, I should really pick this up. And I see where I was, and I opened it up. I have no idea what's going on anymore. And I was just like, I can start reading this again. And I was like, nah. Just I'm committed to not finishing it now. But, yeah, I don't know.
That's why I love the Kindle experience. Like you can read like the first few chapters of a book.
No.
So if I don't want to buy it after like chapter 3 or 4, then I don't. I love that.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, with so many different shows coming out constantly, like my boss turned me on to, he said, watch Get Shorty, the TV show. It's fabulous. I mean, like it hooked me like right away. And I was I was in.
I like that kind of gangster stuff where it's got a little comedy in it.
Yeah, and then
you can get serious and stuff, I'm
annoyed because you got to, it's like 3 seasons, super awesome, and it's kind of left up in the air as to what's going on, and then you're kind of sitting there and you're like, and they're like, well, is there going to be a 4th season? And there's no like concrete information as whether or not there'll be one. There was another show called Wayne. It's just called Wayne, Wayne. If you like the show Kick Ass, it's very much like that mentality. It's hard to explain the premise of it. It's basically this kid who's this troubled, like this angry teen and his girlfriend are traveling down to Florida to get his dad's old Trans Am back. That's the premise of it. And there's all these quirky characters and stuff. It's fabulous. My wife and I are watching that, but I also know there's only 1 season, and it isn't known if there's going to be a 2nd season because of COVID and all this stuff. And it's just like, it seems like every single TV show that I clue in on that I think is great, it just like either is ending prematurely or it just kind of ends on a down note. Like one of my favorite shows, Bosch, which is on Amazon. They just had their last season, and it kind of ended decently. But like it also was like that isn't a really good ending either. I mean, I don't know. How do you end a TV show anymore? I don't know.
I just finished that show.
Friends is like the only show that I can think of that really did it well.
MASH had a good ending. It summed everything up really well.
Yeah.
Have you ever read those stats? Like somebody like 2/3 of all of America watched the last episode of MASH. Like
the hydro bills, were huge.
Yeah, of all the humans in America, 2/3 of them were watching that TV show.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah,
I don't see that ever happening again.
Oh, it could never happen.
There's nothing that can capture the entirety of
when the Super Bowl can't get, when the Super Bowl tops out around 15%, how are you going to get more, right?
What did Game of Thrones do? That was popular.
Not the last 3 episodes, Mark.
No. I didn't say it was liked. I said it was popular.
It's true. It hurts for you to bring that up. That hurts.
Honestly, I actually, anyone who expected more from Game of Thrones
29.
at that point, like it should have been clear. Like Game of Thrones had some of the best 4 seasons of TV ever. I'm being very loud. Game of Thrones has some of the best 4 seasons of TV ever. But by the time you got towards that end game, people who thought it was going to suddenly recover in the last season, I don't know why they expected that.
They were off script.
Yeah.
Well,
as soon as the
there was
books
no
ended,
there was no content left.
as soon as the
Yeah.
books ended, then you get the whatever
Well,
they wanted to come up with.
They threw the oars off the ship, and
Yeah,
there was half a
They're
rudder.
off the rails.
Yeah, they went and did their thing. All right, I was gonna do. So, are we doing TV
Movies.
shows or movies?
Movies.
Okay, we're doing
Either one.
movies. This is according this is according to Rolling Stone. Okay, so if you
How
know,
many?
well, it's top 100.
Okay.
So just
Buckle up.
Take a nap.
buckle up. Here we go. There's no scoring. There's no nothing. This is just, and then we obviously I say the thing. So let's go here. 1996. Let's go ahead, and I'm trying to Claire Danes was in it with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Romeo plus Juliet.
Romeo plus Juliet.
I thought you were
It's a
doing
plus
shows
sign.
for a minute there. I was like, what?
No. This is movies. Romeo plus Juliet.
I liked it.
That was fun.
I was watching it just like, yeah, no, I was not. I mean, it was fine, I guess.
I thought it was fun.
Maybe that's kind of surprising. Gosh, what is it? He's part of the Capulet gang.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
And they duel with. I remember they dueled with the golden guns or whatever.
Yeah, they had the cool gun.
Yeah, there you go. Here.
But they didn't change any of the words, so they kept calling their guns what they
Swords.
call.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. What was that again?
Yeah,
Well,
weren't
didn't they
using the
didn't they
word
have like the
sword.
names like rapier and stuff on the side
Yeah.
of the gun and stuff like
Yeah.
that? If I
They
remember
weren't using the
correctly.
word sword though. I can't remember what they were calling it.
Blade. I don't
Gang
know.
Leguizamo was great in that movie.
Good night, Alex. Thanks for being on, buddy. All right. Let's
Yeah.
see here. Black and White. Indie, 1994.
Clerks.
Clerks.
Clerks. There you go. I remember the Fargo
Black and
Theater,
White.
and me and my buddy Scott went to that and laughed our butts off.
Such a
And,
good movie. They're making Clerks, another Clerks now too.
Oh,
All
man.
right.
Oh well.
I want
I saw another
Mallrats.
Clerks. Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
want Mallrats remade. Like I don't even care about the.
I wasn't
just
really all that
remake it.
excited about Clerks too. I remember when I went to that, I was just kind
Oh,
of
it's
like,
not good.
yeah, I was just like, I'm
Those
waiting
are-
for.
Dawson was.
Chocolate covered pretzel.
Could this? I'm waiting for it
That's
to be
Mallrats.
funny. Yeah, that's
I love
Mallrats. Yeah.
I know, but I love that movie.
Yeah, it's good. Did you ever see
Ah.
the
Would
first 20
Mallrats
minutes
even work
uncut?
anymore? Like, there's not. Are there
Yeah,
even Mallrats anymore? People don't do that.
We have a
Yes,
pretty good mall
teenagers
here
go there.
now.
When I go to the mall, I see tons of people in the.
Okay.
Our mall here is mobbed. Did you ever see the first 20 minutes that are not in the movie? The original? It's terrible. It's the worst.
the reason?
Thank God they cut it out.
Well,
It's
good
really
thing they
sad.
cut it out.
Yeah.
There was if you own the director's cut of Clerks on DVD or whatever,
there.
the alternate ending where the guy comes in and just shoots him.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Oh yeah, no, and I forget, he said one of his buddies told him to not do that.
Yeah.
Take that part out.
Yeah. I
I
was
mean,
like,
it's like the best advice he ever got.
Yeah.
all right, 1998. Writer, director, and actor Vincent Gallo also starred Christina Ricci.
Adam's Family.
See here. A neurotic recent parolee abducts a dancer, forcing her to meet his parents, played with batshit majesty by Ben Gazzara and Angelica Houston.
Oh, Adam's Family?
No?
No.
This is one of those weird ones that nobody's going to know.
Postcards from the Edge.
No. Buffalo 66. I mean, the only reason I
heard of
know
it.
a lot of these movies is because this is right when I was working at a video store and I watched everything. There was basically I watched every single movie that ever came out.
Watch Buffalo 66.
Yeah, I watched Buffalo
Okay.
66. It wasn't great, but it was just one of those things where it's like, oh, this movie's amazing. You go watch it and it's like, okay, it's weird. You gotta remember into the 90s, like everybody was like, let's make a weird movie, you know?
Yeah.
All right, 1997. Directed by Ang Lee. starring Kevin Kline and Joan Allen.
American Beauties.
No,
In and out.
it's like trying to make it through Thanksgiving 73 alive as their kids begin to wise up and the sexual revolution begins to cause collateral damage and the country begins to slouch in the age of Watergate.
Oh, no, this isn't what I'm thinking.
Oh, I know.
Dazed and Confused? No.
This is and it's like
Is it the
like
Christmas
there's a Kevin Kline's having an affair and I remember the entire family, like all the adults go to a keychain party where it's like they throw all the keychains and then when you draw it out that's who you go home with kind of thing.
It's called
and then,
Wanda.
no, it's not a happy movie. It's called The Ice Storm. It is
Never saw it.
it is worth watching.
That sounds good.
But it is not a happy movie. It will not make you happy by watching it. Let's see here. Quintet of Michigan teens in the 1970s who cast a spell in their small town after the youngest impales herself on a fence.
Nice happy movie.
Yeah, no, this is another one of those really weird movies. Sofia Coppola's intoxicating debut feature. It's based on the novel of the same name. You're not going to know this one. And again, what?
Virgin Suicides?
Virgin Suicides. Very good. You know, so
I saw the front of that movie once.
that is another one of those weird ass movies.
Yeah.
Orlando with Virginia Woolf's Fall. Skipping by that. Here's one we probably know. Before a bunch of New Yorkers sipping coffee at Central Park made their lives of Generation X's must-see TV, Cameron Crowe's ensemble rom-com captured 20-something dating in pre-Tinder, post-Nirvana. Singles. Very good.
I love that movie.
I heart that
So
movie.
good movie. So
I
good.
heart that movie. When she sneezes for real in the and he goes Gesundheit, and then like she realizes that she loves him.
Yeah. I just want to say Gesundheit when I sneeze or something like that.
Yeah. I'd even take a bless you at this point.
Yeah, I need to take a bless you at this point.
And then what's his face? Jeff Daniels as just has that little cameo in there as the plastic surgeon who like convinces her that she doesn't have to.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just like
there's a lot of good. That movie's so good.
Oh, it is so good, and one of the best soundtracks.
Yep.
One of the if you like grunge music, that has one of the best soundtracks of all time.
Which movie?
Singles.
Love that soundtrack.
Yes.
Alice in Chains is on that soundtrack.
Yeah.
Alice in
Chains.
I have not seen
Alice in Chains, Temple of the Dog. And the coolest thing is that Pearl Jam is what's his face? I can't think of the actor's name right now, but they're his band that he's the lead singer of.
Yeah, it's Dick or whatever.
Something
Citizen Dick.
Citizen Dick.
Citizen
That's right.
Dick.
And they're
his band.
They're all gapped out on drugs, and they're watching like soon the hornets invade the wasp nest. They're all watching that. She's trying to get the guy to. She's trying to get the guy to remember, notice who he is.
God, I need to watch that movie and to see if I.
I know. Now I got it.
Does it hold up? Because it was so 90s.
It is so 90s, but we grew up in that era, so whatever. Let's see. 1995, a genuinely weird warp story of a spoiled rich doofus. In order to stay spoiled and rich, he must do the impossible.
Billy Madison.
Repeat kindergarten through high school.
That's terrible.
That is such a good movie.
I never liked that movie.
Shampoo and conditioner. The shampoo gets the hair nice and clean.
Yes.
Chris Farley as the bus driver is amazing.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. I can't believe this is at 92. This is one of my favorite movies in the 90s. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world that he didn't exist.
I mean, I know the line, but I can't think of it.
Usual suspect.
Oh, the usual suspects. Grant Lyon looks up from his phone for a few seconds to mutter.
Thanks for joining us, sort of, Grant.
Yeah,
that was a good movie.
Yeah, so good.
Very good movie. Very good movie. Now, this is absolutely.
Kobayashi.
This is one of my top 10 movies of all time, and I'm so mad that like it's never. I haven't found it on streaming. I don't own it on DVD anymore, and I want to watch it again. but it'll be if anybody knows this, you'll become an even better friend to me. It's writer director John Sayles, if you know who that is. It's probably his best movie. It's Chris Cooper plays a soft-spoken Texas sheriff investigating a decades-old murder, which forces him to confront the legacy of his father in flashbacks, played by Matthew McConaughey, the community's beloved former lawman in chief. And then, basically has it's. I rented this, and I remember I was watching it with the girl I was dating at the time, and she was like, "This movie's boring," and I was like, "Yeah, this relationship's not going to last much longer."
I remember. I can't remember the name of it.
Nice. It was Lone Star, and if you can find it, I mean, I can't give away anything,
It's all
but
right.
it is.
It's a top 10 for you.
Oh, it is. It is. It just because of it takes its time, right? It doesn't rush you through the mystery. So good, so good. Masterful physical comedic performance by burgeoning movie star Jim Carrey and straw-haired Jeff Daniels.
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber. There's one I don't even remember. The Long Day Closes. 11-year-old named Bud comes of age in post-war Liverpool. Yeah, no, thank you. It says The Long Day Closes. This autobiographical marvel from Terence Davies, England's maestro of conflicted nostalgia, mines the past. Sounds like something I probably would like if I ever watched it, but I probably would never would. The rise and fall of gangsters who turn Vegas into a violent, mobbed-up money-making machine.
Casino?
Yes, Casino.
So good.
Very good movie. Also a
I
very
like the
good.
first half, but I don't like the second half.
Also a very good soundtrack. Hold on 1 second here.
Oh, theaters.
Why do you have your scene
Drama, family drama.
What? I can't hear you, dude. Oh. For the trip. Yes. Okay. Gotcha. I'm just going to say the name of this. Does anybody know the movie Velvet Goldmine?
Nope.
I've heard of it.
Maybe?
1998.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Never seen it.
Told Citizen Kane style as a journalist, Christian Bale tries to track down a Bowie-esque figure named Brian Slade.
No, I've heard of it. Never seen it.
Nah, I know. A flower child, a macho fetishist, a tech nerd. James Cameron can be all these things at once. And with this tragic romance set aboard a doomed iceberg.
What number is Titanic on that?
85.
That's kind of low.
Seriously. Yeah. I mean, didn't it win a Oscar or whatever?
Yes.
All of them.
Won a few things.
It won everything and made the most money. And now
Now
there's a big that Titanic sucks, right? There's a movement now that's like Titanic sucks and it's like the worst movie. Like what?
I remember I went to that.
It's the best movie.
I went to that opening day with a buddy of mine. So I was like, this movie is going to be huge. I don't have a girlfriend. Let's just go to this and see the effects, because we were both like,
the effects.
Yeah, we were both like, James Cameron fans from like other stuff he's done, right? And so we were like,
Alien.
the Aliens, The Abyss.
Terminator
I mean,
2.
just he's Piranha 2.
No, I was excited to see the movie and I liked it a lot.
No, and so we went to it. I mean, I just remember it was just like, I remember we went in the afternoon on a summer day, and I just remember it was all old people and us, and old people that wanted to talk about the movie they were watching. Just
While
like
watching it?
Yeah, while they're watching it.
Are they sexing?
Yeah, to this day, I still remember like as like the rats are running. Ooh, the rats are avoiding the water.
Yeah,
The guy said
rats
to
like
the
a
person.
sinking ship.
Just thank you for letting me know. Okay. I like this movie. The writing debut of this famous actor and director is a witty meditation on feeling like a loser. Down on his luck, wannabe movie actor is stuck on his old girlfriend who dumped him when he left New York City for LA. Swingers.
Yes.
So good.
Yep.
So good.
put Vince Vaughn on the map.
Mike, don't ever call me again.
That was like the most uncomfortable scene ever.
Oh my God.
You're
Never call
watching
me
this.
again.
You're watching that and you're just like,
Yeah, no, it's the worst.
Oh, you're just watching it and you're watching him slowly
He's the guy behind the guy.
Yeah. He's just
He's
melting in front of you. And you're just
we use that a lot in this household.
Yeah. And then
The guy behind the guy.
He's all grown up. My boy Mikey's all grown up. And then Heather Graham.
I think that's like Vince Vaughn's best movie. I think they do a gangster movie like after that, and it's
horrible.
Good.
No, it's horrible. Made. I think that was
Made. Oh fuck, that was bad.
It's the worst.
It's just
like, how did they go from that to that? Like,
Wedding Crashers is a good Vince Vaughn movie.
Sure.
But if they basically turned on the camera and said Vince Vaughn be Vince Vaughn, you know, that was all they did. Same with Old School. They said Vince Vaughn go be Vince Vaughn. Earmuffs. Yeah, there you go. See, I've never even heard of this movie. Maybe I have. Welcome to the most Canadian apocalypse ever envisioned. The world is ending at midnight as a result of some mysterious environmental catastrophe. Some people pray, some party, some riot in the streets.
The ice storm?
Nope. The most are
Night of the Comet. No, that's
most are painfully polite. The manager of Toronto's gas company spends his final hours calling customers at home to assure them the power will stay on. It's a heart-piercing
Sandra
gem.
Oh is in this.
Yep, it's a heart-piercing gem from writer-director Don McKellar, who, along with then unknown Sandra Oh, Sarah Pauly, and Genevieve Behold, spends his last hours searching for some kind of human connection before it's too late.
Hey guys.
See you, Christian. My buddy dated Sarah Pauly. Actually, he went to he brought her to the prom.
Oh, look at that. This would be Last Night.
Last Night.
Gosh, I don't know that movie.
It's a good movie. It's really low key, but it's good.
I'm adding it to my list. I like Sarah Pauly. I liked what was that rave movie she was in?
Can't Hardly Wait.
No, it was a heist movie, drug dealer movie, and a lot of rave techno stuff. Time warps.
Yeah, I can't remember that either.
What was it called? Last Night?
Yeah, Last
was that with Robert Pattinson? That one?
Hold on, I'll find it. I think it's called Go.
Oh yeah. That was a good one too.
Didn't they have like
Jay Moore is in that?
Yeah, Go was good.
Oh yeah, Jay Moore and
Jay
and that was like after Pulp Fiction was.
It was like a pulp. Yeah,
because everybody was like, "Oh, there's all these interchanging stories," and they slowly mix up
non-linear timelines and time warps.
It was very Guy Ritchie type movie.
Yeah,
there you go. This is
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Let's see here. This character is determined to win the election for student council president at her Omaha High School. Election.
Is that Matthew
Do
Broderick?
people like that here? You guys like this movie?
I liked it.
I liked it.
Man, it's so painful.
It is a painful movie to watch. It is not a feel good movie. I did think it was weird that Chris Klein, so my son and I are watching The Flash, like the TV show The Flash on Netflix, which is really good. And like season 5 or season 6, like the main villain is played by Chris Klein. And so I know Chris Klein from all these movies where he's all, "Hey everybody, how's it going?" And in this movie he's like, "I'm not gonna kill all the heroes. They all deserve it." It's just it is definitely weird to see Chris Klein be like that. Yeah. Terry Gilliam directed this chaotic kaleidoscope adaptation of Hunter S. Thompson's Gonzo Dispatch.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And man,
I couldn't watch it. I turned it off.
Yeah, I couldn't either. It was just kind of I don't know where you're going with this, and this isn't fun anymore.
The part when they do the ether, they're huffing ether.
It was just one of those things where it was
not interesting.
I always talked about that where it was it was one of those I dare you to watch this movie. I'm gonna make it so this movie's unwatchable and see if you turn it off. Let's see here.
That's on the list.
Yeah. It's Rolling Stone, of course.
Yeah, sure, it has to be.
Yeah. Relentless Odyssey of a New York City detective on a violent drug-fueled downward spiral, starring Harvey Keitel.
Oh, Bad Lieutenant.
Bad Lieutenant. Yes.
Never seen that one either. Is that good?
It's you feel dirty after watching it.
Right. All right, I'm putting it on the list.
Yeah. And this is I'll just say this. This is, I mean, I haven't checked recently, but this was ranked the #1 movie of all time on IMDb for a long time.
Shawshank Redemption.
Yep. Such a good movie. And
it's pretty good.
Yeah.
it is. It's really good. And I remember I brought it home from the video store one time, and my mother said, "Bring me a movie to watch." And I brought her that, and I
You got to stick with that though.
I was like, "This is a really good movie," and halfway through, she stopped it and she said, "You have to tell me if he gets out of prison. I feel so bad for him." And I was just like, "I can't watch this if he doesn't get out of prison at the end." I was like, "Mom, I can't tell you anything. You're gonna have to watch it." She's like, "I can't watch it."
So if it had a bad ending, like if it had a sad ending, would you have told her and it'd be like, "No, don't watch it"?
Excuse me.
Well,
Because you know it has a good ending, so you can't like.
well, have you ever read the short story it's based on?
Sure, I have.
Yeah, I mean, I had read that too, and so in the short story, you knew he'd get out, and so it was just kind of
But your mom didn't know,
and
and she didn't want to watch the rest of the movie if it turned out.
I would have told my mom.
You would have told her. Okay.
Yeah, I would have told her. This is my mom. So,
You got to stick with that movie though. There's like a good hour before you really know anything.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
but all the characters are so good. That movie. Let's see, James Cameron's sequel. You like remember I remember what the computer graphics and T2 computer graphics in it just blew me away. I was like, remember the time when he's fighting the T-1000 and he throws him against the wall and he just reverses and comes right back. You're just like, holy cow!
I watched these CG guys on YouTube, and they just recreated the jailhouse scene where he walks through the
bars.
Walks through the bars.
Yeah.
So they often do this. They try and do the original and see which ones ends up better.
Looking better.
It's really cool. I think it's by
cool.
Collider, I think.
Neat.
Also, one of the best internet memes came from that movie. Has anyone seen that? Where it's like the original actor who played the bad guy in it, fun fact, actually liquefied his body and went through the cells, and they just decided to keep the shot. It was so good.
Yeah, I've seen that. He was
so good.
he was such a
What was his brother's band's name?
And I'm trying to remember
Filter.
But Filter and
Hey Man, Nice Shot.
Yeah, Hey Man, Nice Shot. They had another hit, the semi hit, but Hey Man, Nice Shot. I remember I bought a CD.
Take a picture is the other one.
Take a picture.
Yeah, I bought a CD single of Hey Man, Nice Shot just because I wanted to listen to it at 7 billion.
And they came to a club in Dallas and they played the one song.
Yeah.
And did that?
Who were they related to?
It's his brother. It's
his brother, and his brother was actually in 9 Inch Nails for a while.
Whatever the bad guy's name is, and I can't.
Oh, Robert Patrick.
Robert Patrick.
Peter Farrelly's hit comedy is ridiculously flawless. A rail-thin, goofy grin, beer-chugging orthopedic surgeon with a yen for a sports center. Bobby and Peter Farrelly, Cameron Diaz, Ben Stiller.
It's always sunny.
Something about Mary.
Something about Mary.
There's something about Mary. Yep. Brett Favre.
Favre.
Yep.
That cameo blew me.
Oh, and Marky Post is in it.
Beans.
Marky Post is in that movie. May she rest
Is
in
she
peace.
really?
Yeah, she plays the mom.
Oh my goodness!
Did you know that we
That is
lost?
awesome.
We lost Mac and Marky Post. We lost both of those people in like a month from Night Court.
Mac's
In the last
dead?
month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, he was on a show recently. The cottage, the cabin. It was really funny and good.
Yeah. Night Court was my jam for the longest time.
Oh yeah, they were so good.
I mean, the
Richard
only
Mall?
Richard Mall, Lara Kett are the only ones that are alive anymore.
Yeah.
Because
Harry Anderson's dead.
died a
Harry
while
Anderson
ago,
passed away, and Marky Post just passed away like last week.
Mel
cancer.
Torme's dead.
And Mel Torme, yes.
The Purple Fog, or what was his name? The Velvet Fog.
The Velvet
this-
Fog is right.
Yeah.
And John Aston was in that.
I remember the episode of that when Mel Torme is there and John Larroquette wants to win points with Harry, so he ties him up to a chair and kidnaps him because to hold him in place, and then and he's like, so let me get this straight: you abducted and terrorized my idol, and you thought you'd win points with me? Just let's see here. I mean, if you've seen this movie, you know exactly what it is. But if you haven't, then it's probably going to be tough to understand. This is one of those somebody suggested to me. Let's see here. This visually audacious sci-fi fantasy about a mad, in every sense of the word, scientist who, unable to dream himself, kidnaps nearby orphans and attempts to rob them of their REM cycles. Rubber-faced clones, talking brains, and a distinct green mist all had fractured fairy tale elements, while Ron Perlman.
Oh, City of Lost Children.
City of Lost Children. Yeah,
watched it.
I never saw that.
I didn't love it.
It's pretty good.
I like Delicatessen more.
Yeah.
Remember Delicatessen?
Oh yeah.
I think it's the same. I think it's the same director.
Same guy. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, same guy.
Steven Spielberg's Oscar-winning Holocaust drama.
Schindler's List.
Yep. And
you made out during Schindler's List?
I had to watch that in the front row.
So
well, you seem like
that was
I seen one movie like that. Never
sold
again.
out except for 2 seats in the front row.
I saw that movie and I was like, man, I couldn't watch it again. I mean, the movie's just rough. I mean, there's I mean,
I wish there wasn't. I like the movie. I think it's awesome, but there's a couple Spielbergisms in there that I wish they weren't.
Yeah.
There's some just
I was working at
comedy. It's comic relief, but it's it sort of wrecks the tone.
I was working at a cinema at the time, and we had to have large gaps between showings because people were just completely wrecked and couldn't leave the theater.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was 2 movies we did that for. That and Dry White Season was another one.
Mookie Kid hit the nail on the head. The red coat girl. You're just like, oh. It's just rough, and it should be, right? It should be. It shouldn't try to soften the blow at all. I'm sorry, Grant. What'd you say?
I did a class in college, film and the Holocaust. So imagine that, watching stuff like that.
Oh my gosh! What else is there?
Oh man, we watched a ton of stuff. I mean, we watched the French documentary they put out in 1948, which includes all the actual footage of stacked bodies and stuff like that. We watched The Pianist. We watched, all different types of stuff.
Pianist is good.
Yeah.
I just watched that a couple months ago. That stands up.
It does. All right.
But that was movie is order of college.
A Frankenstein riff set in a cartoonish suburbia. 1990.
Edward Scissorhands?
Edward Scissorhands. That is correct.
I need to watch that. I've never seen it.
Really? Yeah.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's very
that needs to go on the list. I need to remedy that.
Yeah. Documentary about boxing. The Rumble in the Jungle bout between Muhammad Ali and George Foreman.
Ali?
Really worth a watch. If you won't know the name, but When We Were Kings. It is 1996. Yeah, it is. It is. I mean, as far as documentaries go, very, very good. Very, very good. Ice Cube and co-writer DJ Pooh hope to make what the rapper has called a hood classic.
Friday. Bye, Felicia.
Yeah. Invader Car Wash are Cheech and Chong's movies. Instead, they're stoner comedy made for an estimated $3.5 million, transcended their expectation, pulling in some $28 million at the box office, became a bona fide cult favorite.
If you haven't seen it,
no, it holds up. I saw it, but Chris Tucker, it was his first thing. Good stuff. I'm kind of skipping some things here because it's like some weird foreign movie, just whatever. Madonna did loads of acting in the 90s, but this documentary proved this character she was born to play was herself.
what was the name of that?
Anita.
No.
Word name.
No, it was Sex.
Sex. Yeah, it
No,
was,
Madonna, Truth or Dare.
Dare.
There,
That's
that's
it,
right, yeah.
The book was
Uh,
I've
called
only
Sex
seen
or
part of
something,
it.
wasn't it?
Yeah, the album's called Sex.
I've
Yeah.
only seen the scene with Warren Beatty.
Oh, when he just seems like he wants to be anywhere else but there.
Yeah, he's just like,
Uh,
yeah. I kind of want to watch it actually now, after the fact.
Let's see here. Somebody said, "Don't skip weird horror movies." Fine, Robert Purdon. I won't skip weird horror.
Don't
movies.
skip weird ones.
Still the most successful film adaptation of any Saturday Night Live
Wayne's
sketch to
World.
date. Wayne's World, party time. Excellent.
I was really
Yes.
disappointed it was not the ladies' man.
Night at the
Like a
Roxbury,
fish
man.
sandwich.
Come on.
Night at the
That
Roxbury.
pile. Yeah.
Superstar. Oh, there were some rough ones.
Yes, there was.
Star.
When the early rap on Quentin Tarantino was that he was merely the sum of his pop culture influences. Then, right when everyone was expecting Pulp Fiction 2, he dropped this rich adaptation of Elmore Leonard's crime novel and proved that cinematic obsessions and insight into the human nature
Reservoir
were
Dogs.
mutually exclusive. Jackie Brown.
Great movie. So underrated amongst.
Oh, and another one that just takes its time. It
Yeah.
just takes its time. And I really enjoyed Robert Forster in that movie as the bail
Oh,
bond.
yeah. It broke him out there.
Yeah, well, he was like
Had a
he was,
comeback basically with
yeah,
that.
he was completely forgotten. And then
So did Jackie
I just love
Brown.
I just love that thing when he's talking about how he was just sitting in the guy. I broke into this guy's house waiting for him to come home, and I was just sitting on the couch, and I realized I don't want to do this anymore. I'm just sitting there with a bat,
Yeah.
waiting for this guy to come home.
Robert Forster is in the Breaking Bad movie. The
Oh,
1 hour movie.
Oh.
If anybody's seen it. Like El Camino, I think it's called.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was his
He
last
had a really good turn in The Descendants as the guy as George Clooney's father-in-law. He did a really good job in that movie. Descendants, good movie. Watch it.
Descendants.
Oh, it's just a good movie. I don't want to spoil.
Oh, it's an
anything,
amazing
but-
movie.
Yeah,
George
but-
Clooney?
It's basically George Clooney's. This isn't anything special. George Clooney's wife is dying. She's like basically they're gonna have to unplug her, and then he finds out that his wife had been carrying on an affair for like the last like 3-4 years of her life, and
All right,
he-
10 more.
no, and basically he wants to find her boyfriend so he can say goodbye to her before they unplug her. That's the
I remember
purpose
that
behind
now.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I really, really, really like that movie.
Yeah, it was a really good movie.
A widowed TV producer dives back into the dating pool with the help of his devious pal, who sets up an audition purely for the purpose of attracting eligible women. The scam works. Our hero falls for a shy, pretty loner half his age. It sounds like the plot of a dopey rom-com, but this director Takashi I don't know. I apologize. I don't know how to pronounce it. Japanese names, but I'll just say Japan's reigning master of all things gory and twisted takes nearly 45 minutes to drop his first hint that this is actually a horror movie.
I don't know that one.
It's
Not the
it's
rank.
tough. It's tough to watch.
What is it?
Audition.
Audition.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, and Kabuki Kid was like audition, and she was like all
On it.
smiling and happy.
Mhm.
All right,
What's
Matt, into my list.
that on? That sounds really interesting.
Yep, it is. It's. I won't say anything else about it. Just go
That's
ahead and
all
watch
you
it.
need to say.
Yep, that's all I
Prime
need to say.
Video, yeah, baby.
But
It's
why
on
is it tough to watch?
Don't,
I'm not gonna. I
that'll
can't say
spoil it.
anything. I can't
Don't-
say anything.
Don't
Just
entice him.
Oh,
just
you
go
have
in.
to get- You have to get some
You
streaming
can tell
channel.
he wants to. spoil it.
to get it.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Let's see here. Here's a quote: "Searching for a boy in high school is like looking for a meaning in a Pauly Shore movie." Over a decade after directing the 80s finest teen comedy, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Amy Heckerling did the same favor for the 90s with one deliriously quotable barb after another.
Clueless.
Clueless.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't race out to watch it again, but if somebody was watching it on TV, I'd stop it.
It's easy to watch. Yeah.
I'd watch it
Yeah.
for Paul Rudd again. Early Paul Rudd.
Now, if somebody was like watching Fast Times at Ridgemont High during the pool scene, I would definitely stop.
So here's a funny thing about Alicia Silverstone. She was in a movie called The Crush.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that.
And something I could never figure out why they did this was in the theatrical version, her name is Darian, but the video version, her name is Adrian.
Weird.
Yeah.
Really?
Google it, baby.
That's a conspiracy we need to figure out.
Director Oliver Stone was no stranger to controversy when he set out to helm the phantasmagorical media-fried story of serial killer couple Mickey and Mallory Knox.
Natural Born Killers.
Natural Born Killers.
So I got to see Natural Born Killers for free.
Oh,
And then I had to answer a bunch of questions afterwards. I was a test audience for that movie.
All right.
It was okay, in my opinion. I was just like, it was one of those things where I felt like they were trying to be.
Well, it was a satire.
Yeah, and also I felt like it was like, hey, look, I can also do movies
I
like.
think Nightcrawler did it better.
Yes,
Nightcrawler's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, this is another one of my movies that. Well, I probably wouldn't watch it again. It's definitely in that like top 10 weird places that I watch this. A marionette-obsessed office schlub finds a gateway into the brain of a titular Oscar-winning actor.
Oh, John.
Being John Malkovich.
Being John Malkovich.
Yeah, that's a good
John
one.
Cusack, first sighting, baby.
Yeah.
I was excited to see how many he'd get.
Yeah, but
That's such a weird movie.
our love triangles and Charlie Sheen playing a future version of himself. Spike Jonze. What's your favorite scary movie?
Scream.
Scream.
Scream. There you go. That's number 58.
Killed it with the sequels, but
Yeah. I think I've told this on this show before, but the person that had the script or whatever, when they're like trying to find somebody to do it, and like he showed it to all these people, and all these people these directors were like, oh yeah, I think that we can make a really good movie here. And he said the only person that when he showed him the script and like he was talking about it, the only person who started laughing about it was Wes Craven. And so that's when he said that's the guy to do this movie for me, because it was supposed to be funny. It was supposed not, and he said he's actually going to make it the way I want to. So here we go. Director Richard Linklater considers this follow-up to Slacker, which I liked. I like Slacker. It was a weird movie though. An exorcism of painful high school memories. All right. Yep.
Oh.
Dazed and confused.
Dazed and confused.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Wooderson.
Yep.
That was his name. That was McConaughey's character.
I keep getting older.
They stay the same age.
Just
So sleazy.
so sleazy.
He did it so well though.
Oh, I know. And then good stuff.
I really hope he doesn't turn out to be a dirtball one day.
He needs to win the governorship of Texas, man. I hope not too. You need to save us.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what?
Trust.
You know, they can never take away True Detective season 1, man.
That was a good season.
I rewatched True Detective season 1 twice a year.
It went downhill from there.
I mean, I thought the third season was decent. It wasn't as good as the first, but the second season.
Yeah, second was horrible.
But the third season is still pretty good.
I don't remember if they finished the third one. I remember starting. I don't remember if they finished it.
It's good.
Yeah, I'm meant to go back and watch even second season. I just want to see it.
Hey, it's third season Steven Dorff comeback. Come on.
Sweet.
Try to get Joel to come on.
He says he would never be he doesn't understand why people want to be in comic book movies. I'm like, dude, you were in Blade.
Yeah.
I like
that
a lot.
Did you forget?
Yeah.
I remember here's a movie
that, different then.
The next one, this is number 56. This is a movie when I left, I was like, wow. Just like David Fincher, Nihilistic Tale. Always raining, sun never shines.
7.
Yep. Just
knew it from the David Fincher.
What's in the box?
Yeah.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
Kids
on
all
the-
time,
on
I
the-
have no clue.
On the laser disc, all the journals, they have like still images of all the journals. So you can look at them.
Oh, nice. When my daughter was young and going to school, like she would get her lunchbox, and I just one morning I said, "What's in the box?" And she just she was like 5 or 6, and she said, "My meal." So for the longest time, I give her a ride. I'd say, "What's in the
brother's
box?"
head.
My meal.
It's kind of dark.
This is something I want to share. This is like it has nothing to do with anything. I had to go run a quick errand, and my son came with me, and I said he recently got a new Lego set. He's big into mechs now, like, and we were at the and he saw there's a Lego set to build this robot mech thing, and he's like, "Can I get this?" And I was like, and I said, "Talk to your mom," and of course, like, she's like, "Sure, whatever." And so then I said to him, "Hey, have you put that together yet?" And he said no. And I was like, "We can do it tonight though." And I was like, "I got the podcast thing." I said, "We can maybe start." I said, "You can put it together yourself if you want to." And my darling 9-year-old son says, "No, I really like putting Lego things together with you." I was like, "Oh, the Grinch's heart grew 7 sizes bigger at that moment."
Suck it up, Lance. You got 4 more years and tops.
Yeah, that made me really happy. He made Dad a happy dad at that moment. So, night, Robert Purdon. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see here. This is a sequel, 1998. The original remains a staple of anthropomorphic animals kids cinema.
Jurassic Park?
No. It was directed by George
Lion
Miller,
King?
the director of Mad Max.
That's right.
No clue.
Babe, Big in the City.
Never saw it.
Really?
I mean,
It's a good little show. For the tale of a pig who finds love and acceptance among sheepdogs took a much weirder, stranger turns. The sequel, directed by, of all people, Mad Max. The follow-up transports their piglet to a hotel full of beasties in a fantastical Dickensian metropolis. It's weird. And Mickey Rooney is in it, of all people. So, all right, here we go. Oh, I'm going to mention this, but it is a documentary about child murders in Robin Hood Hills. It's Paradise Lost. It is, and these people have since been exonerated of their
I
crimes.
think they keep coming back to that. They've done several.
Yeah,
or like,
but
equals.
And like basically like they couldn't get them innocent, but they basically had their convictions cleared, but it was like either that or they could go read it up, but how they just railroaded these 3 poor kids as because they were like, they listened to heavy metal and had
satanic stuff
or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's just, but there you go. Paradise Lost, child murders at Robin Hood Hills. And it's, yeah. I mean, who knows what the truth is, but that was like, I remember watching that and just being like, holy shit, this is crazy. Let's see here. Nicolas Cage, Laura Dern.
Leaving Las Vegas? No.
No,
it's it's David
Con
Lynch.
Air?
No.
David Lynch has banged out this transcendent romance, a Wizard of Oz influenced take on Barry Gifford's novel about 2 sexed up lovers in their weird Americana nightmarish world of trouble that their relationship unleashes.
What the fuck was it called?
Wild at Heart.
Wild at Heart. Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
And that is a
fucked up movie.
That is a fucked up movie. Yes.
It's fucked up.
1999 animated. Number 51. Big screen version of the low rent animated cable comedy series.
Simpsons.
Rugrats.
What?
Rugrats.
Oh, it's South Park.
South Park, bigger, longer, uncut.
Such a good movie.
Did you see those guys just made $1 billion deal?
Yeah,
with
No, what they do?
yes,
they're making 11 movies. They're gonna make a South
they're
Park
making it's everything South Park. Yeah, 11 movies and
video games. Like they
all kinds of stuff.
Paramount Plus, I think.
It's a
Good for
$1 billion
them.
deal,
Good for them.
and that doesn't even count the production costs. That's just like up top money.
They'll be
Yeah.
busy.
Russell Crowe and Guy Pearce weren't yet stars, and they played two mismatched police detectives. One raging, one true. This still holds up and is still so good.
I actually just watched this for the first time. LA Confidential. I
Oh,
never-
Yes.
Yeah.
So good.
It is so good. It is, yeah, real good. Even if a creepo like Kevin Spacey is in it. Before Peter Jackson took us to Middle Earth, he brought moviegoers to the mad world of two troubled teenagers.
I know that one.
A fictional universe every bit as engrossing as J.R. Tolkien's, but far more romantic and lethal. Based on a true crime story, the film depicts pre-stardom Kate Winslet and Melanie Linsky as Pauline Barker and Juliet Hume, two New Zealand teenagers whose BFF ship
Something like
blossoms first into love, then madness, and then
White
ultimately
Orchid or
murder.
something? No, not White Orchid.
it's like a fantasy world thing.
Yeah.
Yep, Heavenly
Oh.
Creatures.
Heavenly
Heavenly
creatures.
creatures.
Oh, I never heard of it.
Oh, it's worth a
I don't-
watch.
is
Yeah.
it good? I didn't
Yeah.
like it.
I liked it. It was good. You can and should push back against the since debunked assertions in this dazzling speculative fiction regarding a vast conspiracy behind the murder of President John F. Kennedy.
JFK.
AFK.
JFK.
It was a long movie.
Back
Yes,
into
it
the-
was.
Stupid. Back and to the
to
left.
the left.
Back and to the left. They I remember reading something where it was like
Episode of that.
the
Or
reason why
Seinfeld.
the reason why we need to believe in conspiracies is because simple truths like just a crazed nutball with a rifle killing the president is just too tough for us to accept.
Mm.
So you need to create like some big giant huge thing, to make it happen. Which I guess I can see. It's an interesting idea. I don't know. Did anybody here believe there was a vast conspiracy to kill JFK, or was it just one guy shooting him?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I
Seems pretty unlikely that he shot him that many times, like from that window. At that distance with no.
I don't know what you guys are saying. The government has never lied to us before. They ever
Yeah, it's,
all the time.
I mean, they threw out the Cuba stuff.
I think
and
there
the
was a
Russia
second
stuff.
shooter, Lance. How about
Yeah,
that?
I don't know.
That picket white.
Ah,
picket
Kabuki
fence.
Kid's on my side. I believe it's a one guy thing. And
Yeah,
it's a
I
one
think
guy.
it's a one guy thing, but
I remember
Because
I
they,
don't think he was
they've
just
had-
pissed
they've
off
had-
and did it. You know,
they've had sharpshooters that have replicated what he did.
Yeah.
They've done it. Like,
Kabuki
and
Kids
it's
is
just-
very feasible. Okay.
I mean, is it? I mean, it's. I don't know. Who knows? All right, here we go. Oh, Kabuki Kid says it, so then it must
Yeah,
be true. But
must
if
be true.
Lance says it,
I'm sold.
that
Thanks,
that
Kabuki.
freaking
You
Big
can-
Fleas and Bigfoot,
that-
so we're going with
Yeah, I
that.
know.
Oh, I was just gonna say that Bigfoot loving piece of
yeah.
crap or whatever. Okay, here we go. Executed with the go broke daredevilry of a man who just made Showgirls, pervy Dutch director Paul Verhoeven's sci-fi action film is Limb for Severed Limb,
Oh.
Hollywood's most subversive war movie.
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers.
Yeah,
Do
it's
you want to
good.
know more?
Do you want to know more?
The first one.
Where was his home? He was like, remember
Buenos Aires?
Buena
Buenos
Vista.
Aires?
Buenos
Wasn't it
Aires.
Buenos
Remember
Aires,
Buenos
yeah.
Aires.
There we go.
It's scared. Yeah. Doogie Howser's like, it's scared.
Yay, we did it.
He-
that's it.
So dumb.
Was there not a
Well-
movie? Is that all the movies?
No,
Oh
no.
hell no!
This fun Disney
We're just getting
film
started.
about a son avenging the death of his father will make you laugh, cry, and sing to your heart's content.
Goof Troop.
Now,
Son,
film's
Disney
colorful landscapes, songs by Elton John, and
Lion
groundbreaking direction. The Lion King.
Lion King.
Thinking,
Can you feel?
You love
I worked at I was still working at a cinema when that came out, and we used to, back in the day, we used to actually bring like the garbage pails down and clean the cinema after. And that was the song Circle of Life. I would be burned in my head because I hear it like 20 times a day.
Was it being played in the credits or something?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. There's a few songs
Kabuki
like that.
Kid has not seen Lion King. Well, Kabuki Kid, you need to make your life complete and let's see the Lion King.
Which one?
Yeah, it's a good movie.
The original.
2.
I haven't
Lion
seen
King
the second
2,
one.
damn it.
They made
An
a
aging
live
gunfighter.
action one.
The live action one, I have
Sort
not
of
seen.
live action, I guess. If you gotta
Unforgiven?
Tiger.
Unforgiven. There you go. You got it. Everybody else always pay attention. Matt's like,
What was the clip?
Unforgiven.
Unforgiven.
The aging gunfighter.
Oh, yeah.
Pulled out of retirement to
good.
kill. Oh, so good. I don't deserve this. I was building a house. Deserves got nothing to do with it. I'll see you in hell, William Money. Yeah. That's all he says. Just, yeah.
Yeah.
He's starring in a movie coming out soon, Clint Eastwood. Good for him.
Recently somebody posted a picture of Gene Hackman still alive, 90 years old.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you
mad that he's still alive?
I'm surprised.
No, I'm trying to order something and they don't ship to Canada.
It's like fucking die.
Oh.
How good is that?
Perfect timing.
Yeah, he's like, Gene Hackman's still alive, 90 years old. Are you fucking kidding me? You son of a bitch, Gene Hackman. How dare you?
Oh, man.
Just like, you should shot an unarmed man. Well, if he's going to decorate his bar with my friend, he probably should have armed himself. Let's see here. James Spader and Roseanne Arquette.
Spader.
That's
cult novel about sexual obsession and sleek cars.
Oh, Sleep.
Oh, it's Crash.
Crash. Man,
Yeah,
that is
Crash.
a messed up movie too.
Elias Koteas is in that too.
Oh yeah.
Casey, he played Casey from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I don't know why that's on the top 100. I don't think it should be.
It won Best Picture.
I like Crash.
Oh,
I didn't like
different. No, it's a different Crash you're talking about, I think.
Yeah.
That's not the Crash you're thinking of.
No, it is.
No, it's the one where they get off on having the car crashes.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
the
That
same
one
one.
that did not win Best Picture.
Oh,
Yes,
no,
it
no,
did.
Crash from 2003.
Different Crash.
Don
One.
Cheadle won Best Picture.
Yes, that's right.
Boyd
Oh.
Scott.
Yeah,
That's the one I was
different.
thinking of.
Yeah,
So what is this, 1999?
that's the good Crash. Kevin
No,
Dillon.
here, this one says Crash. No, not the didactic race relations drama that stole Brokeback Mountain's Best Picture auction. We mean the movie about James Spader fucking a vaginal-like wound and Roseanne Arquette's thought.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's disturbed.
Yeah, it is very
talked about the
disturbing.
table.
That's on the list.
That's on the list.
Come on.
Well, this
That
is
is not
Rolling
a top
Stone.
100 movie.
Found footage horror movie that launched a thousand more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Terrible.
Blair
Blair
Witch.
Witch.
Yeah, Blair Witch.
That movie
Blair Witch.
I got nauseous in that movie, man.
terrifying.
Bad.
I went to it too late, and
I
people were already
remember
talking about it.
just being mad watching that. Just follow the river. Just follow the river, dummies. You know, just like.
I remember the best part about that movie that people won't get is like I was at the perfect age where I was one of those people who's like, no, it's a real story, man. It's a fucking true story. As soon as I get out of high school, I'm gonna go to that woods. Like that was the thing. People thought it was like dumb people thought it was real.
Yeah. There you go.
Like me.
Well, found footage movies are fun.
They are.
Yeah.
This movie is it's not in my top 10, but I do enjoy this movie, but I can't watch it too much because it like you once you're in on the trick. But it has an opening shot, like a non-cut shot, like it just keeps going and going. It's like one of those things where like no breaks that it opens up with. Tim Robbins, but studio executive,
The Player.
the player.
The
Yeah,
Player,
it's
yeah.
an amazing movie.
The most cameos in that movie.
All over the place.
Yeah.
I like the one where Malcolm McDowell, he's like, oh, hey, Malcolm McDowell. And he's like, excuse me for saying, he walks over and just says, just want to let you know that if I ever hear you say what you said again, I swear to fucking God, I'll rip your goddamn throat out. Or something along those lines. And he just turns out, okay, honey, let's go. You know, he just walks away. And he's like, oh, he has no idea what he's talking
Who was the cop? The country singer guy?
Dwight Yoakam.
No.
No,
Guy with the
not
hair.
Dwight Yoakam.
Crazy hair.
Lyle Lovett.
I love it.
I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah. I remember when and then they get the old lady to that ID'd him or something like that. And Whoopi Goldberg, just gets super mad at the eyewitness.
Right. Are you sure?
Are you sure? Are you sure it isn't number 2?
Are you sure it's not number 2? I just feel like so much pressure on that when I watch that movie.
Yeah. Generational.
I internalized it into myself, right? It's bad.
The generational manifesto and arguably the great UK film of the decade, director Danny Boyle and writer John Hodge's brilliant Brit-poppy take on this cult novel exploded through a cheeky vigor about heroin addicts, train spotting.
Train Spotting 2 is a piece of shit.
I don't think I've seen the original.
Why would you expect it to be anything else?
Well, they delayed it because they never got a good script. I'm like, you should have delayed it longer.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah, maybe. It really wrecks the movie.
This one also has Sarah Polley in it. Only 18 at the time of shooting. Taps into a blue bleak vein of survivor's guilt. Ruinous picture about a community torn apart by unfixable tragedy. A school bus plunges into an icy lake and 14 children are dead. This is also a tough watch. Big city attorney Ian Holm arrives in town to direct their rage into a class action lawsuit. The Sweet Hereafter. It's a tough watch. There's a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, good stuff. That was another one where somebody goes, "Oh, you gotta watch this movie," and I was like, "Okay, cool. It's a courtroom movie. Oh, I like courtroom movies."
Me too.
Oh, I wanna.
Bunch of kids die. Oh,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Forgot to mention that part.
Forgot to mention the horrific thing where the kids get killed. Oh, great, thanks. This is definitely in my top 10, and I'm sure it'll be in some other stuff in here. An elegy for the counterculture of the 1960s, a tribute to Raymond Chandler, a loopy, shaggy dog story, a look into the dog pull gun on dog world of big league bowling.
Oh,
Kingpin?
The Jeff Bridges gives one of his most delightful. The dude.
Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski.
Big
Yeah,
Lebowski.
the Kingpin should not be on this list, but yeah.
No.
Kingpin should totally be on this list.
So every single swear word and stutter that the dude there, it was all scripted. It was all written out, every single swear word. And then he would ask the Coen brothers, he's like, would the dude have lit one up on the way to the scene or whatever? And if they said yes, he would just rub his eyes until they were red, vigorously, so that he could.
You're out of your fucking element, Donnie.
You're out of your element, Donnie.
He was saying that when he filmed the scene where he was going underneath the upskirt scene, his kids came to set that day.
Oh, really?
Good movie. Great movie.
Great movie.
I just watched it again 2 weeks ago.
I need to watch it again.
Yeah.
They're nihilists.
Yeah, what is this? It's obvious you're not a golfer. Yeah, it's like, where's the money, Lebowski? I don't know, it's down there somewhere. Why don't you give me another look? Gus Van Sant, third feature, weaves together two vital strands of early 90s alternative culture, new queer cinema and Pacific Northwest grunge. River Phoenix, Keanu Reeves.
My Own Private Idaho.
My Own Private Idaho. Good movie.
River Phoenix is a narcoleptic prostitute in it, I think.
Yeah.
You're right. Western audiences first caught wind of the work of Japanese animator Hayao Miyazaki's via this dark fairy tale. The story of an exiled prince who gets a demon's curse put upon him and finds himself caught in the middle of a war between forest spirits and the human iron workers who threaten to destroy it. May sound like it's for kids, but this decidedly grown-up cartoon is remarkable for the striking beauty of its imagery, in which leaves blowing in the breeze and severed limbs flying through the air rendered with equal splendor.
Princess Mononoke, whatever.
Princess Mononoke.
Never seen it.
If you haven't, you should.
Yeah.
You really should. I mean, it's like you're just like, oh, it's anime. Nah, this is Princess Mononoke is really good.
On the list.
I'm making my way through Avatar right now.
You want to be ready for that RPG?
Oh my god, it's at like 6 million Canadian right now.
But you know what?
How does that
Peter's
happen?
game, Flamecraft, took it down. He's number 1 on the popularity chart because their
Nice.
updates suck. They suck. They suck hard. I told them they suck, and they still put out sucky updates. So
Who?
suck
What
it,
now?
RPG. You're number 2, Avatar.
Oh,
Okay.
No,
That's
six
I
mil-
thought
that's
the
6
Peter would
million?
be on because like they did some really cool stuff on their Kickstarter.
4.8 million US.
Yeah. But you know what? They can't ask a question in their updates. It's too fucking hard. You have 30,000 people who love Avatar. Why don't you ask a damn question about Avatar so you can tickle the Kickstarter algorithms? Just so obvious. So obvious.
So obvious.
It
Forrest
is.
has a grievance.
Does Kickstarter have algorithms?
What?
Does
The
Kickstarter
Kickstarter
have
algorithms. Yeah, if you want to be higher on the popularity chart, you need to get people commenting on your updates and comments, amongst other things. And right now, Peter is number 1. Flamecraft is ahead because their Kickstarter is really interesting. They're doing some cool social stuff.
So Michael Mann's stylish, no-nonsense crime thriller delivers not one but 2 epic standoffs between the 2 acting titans that head this movie. An operatic LA crime saga truly worthy of their best efforts. Heat, yes.
Heat.
Oh, that's so
That's
good.
so good.
Did you have you
done-
seen the
done
most
seen
recent thing that there's a Val Kilmer documentary now that's
Yeah.
that
It's sad.
Oh yeah, I've heard
it
about
is
that.
sad. It is sad. The fact that like he can barely talk
Yeah.
because of his tracheotomies and things like that. So
Top Secret too. That sucks. Top
But-
Secret's great. I'm waiting for it on the
Top
list.
Secret is great.
Real genius, man.
Real Genius is the movie.
I think Top Secret was 80s though. So
Yeah.
Was it?
definitely 80s.
Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Great.
good.
Great movie with Val Kilmer.
Robert Downey.
Oh, so many great
I
lines
need
in
to
that.
watch that one too.
It's like you never seen Kiss Kiss Bang Bang?
No, and I've been told to watch it like a
you
million
have to
times.
watch that movie. The banter in that movie is so good.
Yeah.
It's just like, what are you a producer? No, I'm rich because my parents invented dice.
little known fact, Val Kilmer actually the greatest Batman ever.
No, Kevin Conroy is the greatest Batman ever. Second is Adam West.
I watched the documentary about Batman the animated series today. What a great documentary.
Oh, where did you see that?
It was like Warner Brothers has it on YouTube.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Oh, BTAS is my jam, man.
Yeah. One of the main reason why I like so many of the cartoons that I like is because of Andrea Romano, the casting director.
Mm.
She has like the best knack for putting the best casts together.
Oh, yeah. Batman the Animated Series is so good.
Oh yeah, and they go into all talk about the music, the art, how they put the team together. It was really fantastic.
I'll have to,
Did you
I'll
see
have to
the
find that and watch it.
new Batman trailer, aka The Crow 2?
I saw the original one that was like, then somebody said it's a new Batman trailer, and I went to go watch it, and it looked like the exact same thing I saw before. So
No, it's a new one.
I didn't know.
it's a new one. I did one where it's like, "Who are you?" and then he nearly beats that guy to death, and he says, "Vengeance" or whatever. Like,
Yeah, I mean, it's got parts of that. It's a more extended trailer.
I walked upstairs and my daughter and my wife were watching one of the Twilight movies, and I said, "Do you think he'll make a good Batman?" And my wife said, "Nope, he's too pretty." So I was
They
like,
cover him with grime.
Yeah, they'll grime him up.
How could he not be a good Batman? Robert
I don't-
Pattinson's a good actor.
I like him. Yeah.
I think
He's
he'll do
alright.
just fine, or
I'm
he
not
won't,
bad.
and they'll
He's in a
replace
couple
him.
other movies that are really
Nobody believes in Batfleck.
I thought Batfleck was doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
they didn't give him enough of a chance.
They did not.
Nah.
Let's be fair. Keaton was good.
Yeah,
Keaton was really good.
He was.
Keaton was
I want Keaton.
Keaton's good.
Wouldn't it be
period.
awesome
Nobody-
if Keaton came back?
Nobody
That'd be
believes
so
in
Well,
Clooney.
they've been saying there's all these rumors that like they were gonna do like a Batman Beyond type thing, and they were gonna have
That would be amazing.
they were gonna have Michael Keaton be the old Batman.
That would be
That'd
awesome.
be so great.
That'd be
that
cool.
was
Warner
something that they-
Brothers, HBO thing.
They suggested or something. I think that would be cool, right?
I still want a Sinister Six movie. Like I thought he was damn good in Spider-Man.
Yeah,
They
Yeah.
set up little anklets, little breadcrumbs for it.
yeah, but that was the old they've already moved on to a new Spider-Man, you know,
Yeah.
from that movie. So,
That was Garfield.
No, yeah, no.
Yeah, it was the same, but that was the same
It
Spider-Man.
was the same. No,
It was it was
Oh,
the
that
new one.
was
the
it's
deal.
the new
The
guy.
deal is Sony.
no,
or
the
something screwed that up.
the Mysterio one. That was a new Spider-Man.
And that's,
No, there was another one. It's Far From Home was that one, and then Homecoming. It was Homecoming. It was
The one before, yeah.
Yeah.
The Vulture.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Far
Yeah,
From Home is after that,
Yes.
where he's in Europe.
Well, it's just still the same actor. Though. It's all
Oh yeah.
The one
Same
before
actor.
that.
It's the same Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Okay,
But I
cool.
think that was before they made the deal
Holland?
with Marvel, where they were going to do that Sinister Six thing. You know how they're building up the Venom universe now because they can't bring Spider-Man in.
how is Venom, anyways?
I like Venom a good deal. It wasn't amazing, but I thought it was very
Yeah,
good.
it was okay. Yeah.
Is it Venom or Carnage?
The
next
first one
one's
was
gonna be
Venom.
Carnage.
The first one's
Harrelson.
Venom. The second one's Carnage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Woody
Woody
Harrelson
Harrelson,
is
yeah.
Carnage, and it looks pretty damn good.
Yeah, and they're coming out with that vampire one.
Vampiro.
Is that it?
They were gonna have a
Wait, no, I thought you
The
were
one
doing
with
Blade,
Let it Jared
Blade.
Leto.
yeah.
Blade reboot.
Blade, yeah, I heard that was down the line though with Marvel.
Yeah, that's MCU. Yeah, I think they're interweaving that, aren't they?
Yeah.
I am mildly excited about the new What If cartoon
That
Yeah,
yes,
that'd be neat.
and
because
they-
I loved the What If comic book.
agreed. They also said that they could potentially spin into live action like movies, which is like would be amazing. Like Robert Downey
So
Wouldn't
Jr. 's gonna back.
surprise me.
So what was here? Is everyone? I mean, somebody in the chat will know this, but I'll give everybody here Geek credit if they want to tell me what the DC version of What If was.
Infinite Crisis.
No, they were like it was called Elseworlds, is what they called it.
Yeah,
Elseworlds, and it was just like, and there usually were just a graphic novel where it was like, yeah, and the Elseworlds was like Batman in the era of like Gaslight by Gotham is like an Elseworlds.
I would love to see
story.
a live action version of that.
The animated one ain't bad.
Red Sun would be really good
I'm
too.
ready for good movies.
Yeah.
You got a while to go.
All right. Well, here we go.
I don't
Number
wanna
20. Number
hear a
26.
All right.
Number 26. A dying man calls out to the son he abandoned. The game show host numbs his illness with booze.
Oh, I know this one. Magnolia.
Magnolia. Whip smart kid crumbles in the spotlight. A former child prodigy loses his grip on reality. Yep.
Magnolia's pretty good.
And a plague of frogs.
Paul
Paul
Thompson.
Thomas Anderson. PTA, baby. Magnolia is good. And it reminds you that Tom Cruise can really act.
I think Boogie Nights is better.
Yeah, Boogie Nights is a good movie too. I like this one. George Clooney and Jennifer Lopez locked in a trunk.
Oh,
Yeah.
What is
oh, Jesus!
I just watched it the other night.
it? What is it?
I can't remember.
Wicked soundtrack.
Yes.
They break out of jail.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, what is it? I don't know it.
Steven Soderbergh
Yes.
also starred Bing Rames, Don Cheadle, Steve Zahn, an uncredited Samuel Jackson.
What the hell's it called?
Out of Sight.
Out of sight.
Wes Anderson's second film.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, wow.
Life Aquatic.
No,
Oh man,
That was his
second
fourth.
film, Rushmore.
Rushmore.
Everything about Wes Anderson.
Rushmore. Oh, I love Wes Anderson movies.
Bottle Rocket's one of my top 5 movies of all time.
Bottle Rocket's great.
There's that weird second act where it just slows down way too much for me.
So
It's
when
like,
they do the robbery in Bottle Rocket.
yes, they do
Yeah.
the robbery in Battle Rocket.
The Tenenbaums is good.
And
too.
the guy who cracks the safe.
You didn't lose your touch because you never had it.
You never had it. I really love the scene in Rushmore in the when they're in the elevator in the hospital, and Bill Murray has that he's like he takes a can of Diet Coke, opens it, takes a big swig, opens up an obvious like little tiny brandy bottle or whiskey bottle from his hotel, pours it in, takes another big sip, and he's like putting the bottles like in between towels next to him, pours another one in, puts that away, like puts 2 cigarettes in his mouth, lights both of them like the entire time that like the kid's talking to him, and he's like, "Are you feeling okay?" And he just as he right before he walks out the other goes, "Well, I am lonely." just walks out. Well, I am lonely. When Stanley Kubrick's final posthumous film, A Dreamlike Journey Through a Surreal Underworld of Sex, Power, and Humiliation, starring then real-life husband Tom Cruise, husband and wife Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman, opened in the final year of the millennium, there was plenty of grousing.
What was the name of
Eyes
it?
Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut.
I wanted to like that more than I do.
It just was like it was tough.
It wasn't done.
This was like everybody talked about how this movie was going to be so amazing, and then I finally watched it and I was like, this isn't that amazing.
No.
A teen exploitation film led by a fear of AIDS, Larry Clark's controversial Veritas style Kids. Yep.
Brutal.
It is a brutal movie.
Not fun.
Yeah.
I feel like they put these movies on here just to like pick the really painful ones.
Maybe.
You know what? I feel like I love those style of movies, and I understand why they get popular because they take you into a world that you might never know even existed in a lot of these.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like, yeah, that could really happen, or yeah, that sounds like something on the news.
I think after I saw Requiem for a Dream, that cured me of these downward spiral movies.
Yeah, that was.
Requiem for a Dream is so.
I couldn't make it through all that.
I want to watch it again.
You didn't make it through?
No.
Oh, so you didn't even see the worst stuff.
Yeah.
I thought Requiem for a Dream was so good, but I don't ever want to see it again.
Exactly.
1991, Joel and Ethan Coen. They actually wrote this. They wrote this movie because they were having he was having writer's block, but he came up with another idea for this movie. And then in the middle of, I forget what movie they were writing. Oh, in the middle of doing what's their gangster movie? It's so good. The Irish gangster movie.
Miller's Crossing.
Miller's Crossing, which is so good. Barton Fink. You know, the whole basically, and it is. I didn't like it. You didn't like it? I liked it. It was just so. It was so weirdly twisted and
John Turturro is like a love-hate kind of guy.
Yeah,
I love him, but I didn't like him in this.
I can't believe this is number 20. This is streaming. This is definitely this is a Rolling Stone list. This is not a fan-made list or people voting list. This is Johnny Depp and Jim Jarmusch.
Boy, Jim Jarmusch is tough to watch.
He is very tough to watch. And I watched this, and I really liked the soundtrack, which was done.
Benny and June?
By Neil Young did the soundtrack. And I remember reading the review of it. Roger Ebert said the soundtrack is done by Neil Young, which sounds basically like he kept dropping his guitar down the stairs. I had to laugh. Dead Man is what it's called.
Never saw it.
It is a super weird movie.
Never heard of it.
Dead Man.
Dead Man.
Like Jim Jarmusch's movies?
Yeah, well, Jim Jarmusch movies are crazy.
Top 20.
Yep. Here's number 19. David Fincher's brutally violent, visually stunning adaptation of a novel is so perfectly pitched that flippant young punks can see it as a call for antisocial mayhem. And older establishment types
American History X.
Yeah. Oh God.
Nope. Older established types could read it as a repudiation of 90s nihilism. Give credit to the stars who embodied the yin and yang of macho self-destruction. especially
Requiem for a Dream.
especially when a certain killer twist kicks things into a different gear. Though it's keenly described as the ruthlessness of middle-class Gen Xers, its insights into specific end-of-the-century alienation still apply to the anti-materialistic progressives, the alt-right, to hashtag not all men activists and gamergaters, and to any recklessly angry type who finds community that allows them to indulge their worst impulses.
What is it?
Fight Club.
I forgot about that movie. Yeah.
I thought it was 2000s, but I guess not.
No, 1999.
Okay, well that's close. Yeah.
Yep. Another animated, 1995. Nothing looked like Pixar's Tale of Action Figures, and the kid who loves them was going to be the inaugural Toy Story, and that movie still holds up.
Yep, they all do.
Totally.
All from
I haven't
Forrest.
seen 4 again, but 1, 2, 3 still great.
Oh, I remember watching 3, and when they're descending to the incinerator, and they all grab each other's hands. Man,
I was like, Pixar's gonna do it. This is so ballsy.
yeah, I thought so too. I was just like, they are going to.
And the mouse is like, nah, we got more money to make.
Because it was so far towards the back end of the movie too, and it's like, oh my god.
Oh, I remember so like I remember looking around the room because like my wife and I took our daughter to it. I remember looking around the room and all the kids were like terrified, and all the parents were bawling. They were just like, it was just like. That was a well done movie. Here we go. Number 16. Let's see here. It's like a debate about the true meaning of Madonna's Like a Virgin. The eclectic soundtrack.
Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs. We'll
Mr. Pink.
We will always forever associate Steeler Wheel Stuck in the Middle with You with gruesome torture.
Oh, that's such a good scene.
Is it?
Yeah,
I don't think it's a good scene. I
love that.
Oh my gosh.
When he talks into the ear.
It's interesting.
Oh yeah, hello.
You're not in the
The fact that you
horror,
like
are
that
you,
scene
Scott?
tells me something about you.
Yeah.
I couldn't even look at that.
Tells you
No.
everything about him.
I know.
Again, like all the people like they're perfectly cast. Did you know that Mr. Blue, who only has a couple lines in the entire movie and he's only in a couple scenes, he was an actual bank robber that was a part-time actor, and Quentin Tarantino got him to be in the movie just for also to like give him ideas of it into the mind of criminals and things like
Cinema verite.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, Mr. Blue, that like I said, he's got like 4 lines in the entire movie.
Yeah, he does.
I like Tim Roth in that. That was good.
Yep. The 1999, which I just watched this with my daughter, and it still blew her away. And then I said the best thing is there's not 2 sequels to it.
The Matrix.
Yeah, The Matrix. Yeah, exactly.
I got a chance to see that in Denver in 4D or this 5D. If you ever get a chance to see a 4 or 5D movie, it's spectacular. It is
What's
worth.
5?
Yeah, I know what 4 is.
I think it might be 60 maybe. So
What are you talking about? What?
60.
I'm serious. The seats move. I think there was.
I heard that.
I want to say there were smells.
Oh, okay.
There was they spray you with like they would change the temperature of the room. There was like water that would come out. You could feel like some humidity in the air. It's a spectacular experience if you get a chance to do it.
I still want to go
I didn't know they
see.
added 2 more Ds.
I still want to go to the one place in Florida where they showed Jaws on the widescreen on the
Oh, the
beach,
pool?
and you have to watch it in the water. You have to
Yeah.
be you go out in inner tubes. You go out on inner tubes and watch it in the water and watch Jaws.
Oh man.
Would it make sense to go to Jersey to do it? That's where it actually
Nah,
happens.
it's too cold.
Certain times of the year, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, that was Matrix was 15. Here we go.
I remember when Matrix and Episode 1 came out, and everybody, Episode 1 sort of stole its thunder, and it was like definitely the better movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. Here's your PTA movie, Scott.
I gotta go.
Boogie Nights.
See you, Grant.
Grant.
Hey, congratulations! Oh, you left. Congratulations on 3,000 subscribers, buddy. Anyway, yeah, Boogie Nights. Julia Moore, Don Cheadle, Johnson Riley. Oh man, the scene where William H. Macy just kills his wife and the other guy, and then walks and smiles at everybody and puts the gun in his mouth.
I rented that movie on VHS, and the end scene was actually garbled because the tape was all.
Oh no!
Oh,
Someone rewound it and played it back and forth.
I guess I don't know. I'm like, I know. I knew what was going to happen. I'm like, okay, whatever.
It was probably you. Here we go. 1996. I went to the first time this movie was ever shown in a movie theater in the United States because
they picked Minnesota.
No, what they did is they picked the town that the movie. Yes.
Oh, Fargo. Okay, well that makes sense now.
Yep. And the very first time, the day before it was released, I knew a guy who knew a guy basically, and I got tickets to go and see Fargo at the Fargo Theater, and like Joel and Ethan Coen were there.
I want more movies like that.
And it's just and
I don't think the audience is there anymore.
Joel and Ethan Coen were there. The woman who plays the woman who got kidnapped was there because she was actually like fairly local as an actress. She was like actually pretty local. And then and I believe Steve Buscemi was there too, if I remember correctly. And they had like a question and answer thing after the movie was done, and it was cool. It was kind of neat just to sit down and watch a movie in Fargo. It was named Fargo.
About Fargo.
Yeah. That not a single minute was actually filmed.
Yeah.
Let's go number 11. Caddyshack meets A Christmas Carol and Harold Ramis's warm-hearted, wisdom-filled comedy.
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day. That's it. It's Groundhog Day.
Call it.
Yeah.
What'd they say?
Caddyshack meets A Christmas Carol in Harold Ramis's warm-hearted, wisdom-filled comedy as Bill Murray's self-important TV weatherman gets his karmic comeuppance for reliving the same small-town Pennsylvania day.
Phil Connors.
Ned Ryerson.
That first step's a doozy.
Yeah. And then what does he say? He says, and there's a scene actually where he knows to like step over the puddle.
Oh yeah.
No, he knows to step over the puddle, and then the next guy steps into it. And if you listen to the background, you can hear the actor, "Hey, look out! That first step's a doozy." It's like you can hear it in the background. He says it to somebody else. I
didn't know that.
Yeah. There's all kinds of. I watched that movie dozens of times. I had it on. It was one of my favorite movies. Yeah, and it's really good. Right? Yeah, it's just I remember the line that he says. He's like, I went on a trip to I went on the trip in the Caribbean once. During the day, I drank margaritas. I laid on the beach. I met a woman. At night, we made love like sea otters. That was a pretty good day. Why couldn't I have that day over and over again for the rest of the
Have you seen it's not a remake, but it's an homage to Groundhog Day. It's Palm Springs.
Yeah.
With
it's pretty,
it's pretty good.
What's the guy's name? Andy Sutter? No.
The guy from SNL.
Yeah.
Lonely Island.
Sandberg?
Sandberg.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I think it's on Prime, if I remember right.
Hulu.
Yeah, I know it was one of the originals.
Yeah.
Startlingly original. Number 10, startlingly original gothic romance. A merchant Ivory monopolized prestige period films until Jane Campion's strange and unruly expressionist fables shattered everyone. Holly Hunter stars as Ada, a mute 19th century mail order bride set with the piano. But yeah.
The piano.
The piano.
Precocious young daughter Anna Paquin.
Never saw that either.
It's a movie.
What's that other number?
Number 10, they said.
That's okay.
So I'm going to list off all the top 10 for this person, just because. I mean, even though this next one, I never watched it, though I had somebody suggest that I watch it. And do you guys know the Chungking Express, 1994?
Nope.
Somebody told me it was really, really good. I never watched it.
Chungking Express.
The Chungking Express. You need only watch Wong Kar-wai's Ode to All the Lonely People once to permanently alter your consciousness. After that, you'll never be able to hear California Dreaming without imagining Faye Wong dancing to it. The 60s rock song is only one of many all over the map influences the Hong Kong-based director imports into the fluorescent lit film's twin tales of the lovelorn and the lost. I've had many people tell me it's great, but I've never seen it.
Never heard of it.
Let's see here. Spike Lee had hoped that this biopic would have the epic sweep of
Malcolm
classic
X.
movies like Malcolm X. Look at there. Good movie.
Yes, it was.
Very good movie. That's number 8. Number 7. Oh my God. Okay, this is obviously, like I said, I apologize to everyone. This is rolling the list. The London calling of 90s cinema arrived at the exact pivot point between one decade and the next. Richard Linklater's career-long obsession with time, what it does to us and what we make of it, starts right here. Dispensing with plot, recurring characters, and fixed location, this free-form excavation of Lone Star eccentricity wanders around Austin, Texas, trailing the talky troubadours of a generation defeated by Reagan and prepped for Clinton-era cynicism. Yes, Slacker.
That's a top 10 for this guy.
That's the guy who says, I remember I was like, somebody was like, oh, this is a great movie. And I remember I brought it home from the video store, and I was like, I turned it on. I was like eating a frozen pizza or something. And I was just like, so when am I going to like have a story? When does this have a story? Yeah, where's the story? Yeah. Slacker. And it's just,
seen it.
It's worth seeing, but it's not a top 10 for me. Or not even a top 20.
Number 6, a 1990 movie, awakening Western eyes to a global strain of sympathy that knew no borders. Iran's Abbas Kiarostami was the art house discovery of the 1990s. Close Up is the movie. On its surface, the film is the story of a con artist. This person loves movies and wants to be famous. Somehow he doesn't have a problem lying to a stranger that he is a well-known Iranian director or something. I'm not going to butcher the name. One thing leads to another, and our bogus hero is invading a family's home under false pretenses. Never seen it. Never even heard of it.
Close Up?
Close Up.
Yeah, I've not heard of that either.
Yeah. Here we go.
That's number 8 for them?
That was number 6. Slacker was 7. Malcolm X was 8.
Okay.
Chungking Express was 9.
I think this guy's just trying to impress us with his vast film knowledge.
Maybe. All right, here we go. Two chatty hitmen, a coke snorting femme fatale, her mobster husband.
Finally, a top 10 that's worthy.
Yeah. A boxer on the run. Yes, some basement dwelling hillbillies and a low rent Bonnie and Clyde. Yeah.
Yeah, I would sing that scene.
Yeah. I remember like after seeing the movie, I love going to the movie with people who hadn't seen the movie and looking at their reactions when they're getting ready to stab the hypodermic needle into her chest. You know,
I gotta stab her 3 times.
Yeah, it's like, what? I stab her like 3 times?
No, I gotta stab her 3 times. Such a good Travolta line.
Stab her 3 times. But I mean, but if you haven't seen the movie and you look over, like the fear on their eyes in that scene, because he, you know, I think Tarantino has kind of become a joke in the last like 5-10 years or so. But
He's
like
the best ever. You haven't seen the latest one.
Maybe I haven't.
Watch
you
it.
know.
Oh, that's
but if you go watch that scene, watch like the people getting upset around them, feel the music kind of swelling up to that moment, and how like everything's tying into the tension of that moment, and it's like it is at the absolute like zenith of attention, where it's like, are you actually going to show, you know, this person stabbing this person into the heart, you know, with this needle to like, you know, bring them back or whatever. I mean, there's like, and it's, if nobody's ever seen it, if you can somehow see that movie with somebody who's never seen it, watch their reaction to that moment. It's just like, because I mean, you look at it, people are just like this. They can't even stare at the screen. It's just it was fun. I just remember also that line before, he was just like, he's like, I'm coming to your house, Lance, because his name was Lance, and he's like, Are you calling? What do you mean? You're on the. You're calling me from your cell phone? Prank call. Wrong number. Prank call.
Hey, that's good.
Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, and how many times did you get the feeling too when Bruce Willis went back to go get his girlfriend? Like how long it was taking her to get ready to go? Like, I remember feeling like, go, get moving. It's like she's gonna be dead, or somebody's gonna show up, or yeah.
Oh, so, they were pretty much safe there. Though.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it didn't feel like it, right?
No, the tension at that point, you were like,
yeah. Fantastic movie, chilling movie. I'll give you an actor won Best Actor, and he was on screen for like 12 minutes of the entire movie.
Oh, Silence of the Lambs.
Sounds of the Lambs. Yep.
Yeah, that's a top 10 for me.
Yeah. That was I think the last movie to sweep, because Jodie Foster won. Jodie Foster won. What's his face won? I can't even think of his name. It got Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Director, and
is that Jonathan Demme?
Best Actress. Yeah. It's the last movie to sweep, I think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it's the last movie to sweep the awards.
I watched a midnight staff screening of that movie, and I remember driving home like scared shitless.
Oh, I mean, there's just, and I remember watching it, and like when it's just his face glowing. What did you see, Clarice? It was like, that's nightmare fuel. Just like, yeah, and it holds up, totally holds up. Like you watch it now, it's like, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Oh, great. Here's one that I've never heard of before.
Their top 10.
In number 3, it starts with a truck farting out fumes. Maybe it's totally toxic new couch. For some reason, it's a movie called Safe. San Fernando Valley housewife Carol White, played by Julianne Moore, is sick. The spooky genius of Todd Haynes' near abysmal masterpiece that never pins down an answer. So
come on,
yeah,
it's definitely someone showing off. It is. It's definitely a movie.
Like an auteur
hipster, a movie hipster.
Yeah. I was just thinking it must be one of these.
Number 2 is a documentary, Hoop Dreams, and this is a good movie. If you haven't watched, Hoop Dreams is number 2. Hoop Dreams.
Disagree.
This is the one that Roger Ebert called the great American documentary. I don't think it's number 2, but it is a very good movie. It is. Okay. Shot over 6 years, 3 hours long, but yeah, good stuff. And and it's just like basically 2 people that tried to it's good stuff, but I don't know, not number 2. No. And the number 1, as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. Goodfellas.
Yeah, Goodfellas good.
Goodfellas is
number 1. Maybe.
Number 1, and Goodfellas is great.
I'd have to make my own list, but yeah, that's pretty good.
Funny, like I'm a clown, like I amuse you.
Funny.
Yeah. Come on, buddy, get up.
Joe Pesci was unhinged in that movie.
The Professional is not on that list.
No, and The Professional I definitely put on the list. I mean, that's so. Yeah, what's a movie in the '90s that you think should be on there that wasn't listed?
Kingpin, baby.
Come on.
No, I'm 100% serious. That movie is so quotable, so hilarious, and still stands up to this day. Bill Murray is spectacular in that movie.
Bill Murray's line where they said, "What do you do now?" And he's like, "I'm rich. I can do anything I want."
I'll give it to you.
Oh, I Married an Axe Murderer should be on that list.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's also
is that a 90s movie?
It's a
93.
93.
That's a Michael Moore one, or not Michael Moore. Michael, the Canadian guy.
Michael the Canadian
Mike Myers.
Well, big surprise. Matthew Paquette likes the Canadian guys movie.
It's an American movie though. It's just one Canadian in it.
Is Basic Instinct?
Or is there more?
Does Basic Instinct apply?
Ooh, that's a good one.
but Basic Instinct. Other than the fact that, like, if you could pause the movie at the exact right moment. I mean, it really wasn't that good of a movie. I mean, I don't know.
It caused quite a stir. I remember back in the day.
Yeah, but it wasn't because
Oh my gosh,
good. It was
Hackers
just because
is not on this list. It's terrible.
Hackers is not a good movie.
Matthew Lillard, baby.
See, like I would put Royal Tenenbaums on this list. I think Royal Tenenbaums.
I don't think that came out in the 90s. I think
it was like 98, wasn't it?
No, because it was my first date with Michelle, and we didn't start dating until 2002.
Oh, see, I love the Tenenbaums. Saving Private Ryan wasn't on this list.
American Beauty.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I was just about to say American Beauty, actually.
They need to kick one of those movies off, put American Beauty on there. The Birdcage. That's a pretty good movie too.
Birdcage is a good movie. It wasn't Canadian. Matthew doesn't like it. No, I'm trying to think of other 90s movies. I mean,
I'm naming some that aren't American Pie, The Birdcage, Glenn Ross was not on.
Oh yeah,
come on,
it's like
travesty.
No, Glengarry Glen Ross, yeah. It's like
Grumpy Old Men. When was that made?
That's solid.
No.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Is it? Okay,
yeah.
I'll give it to you.
I like that movie.
Army of Darkness.
Falling Down.
Oh, Falling Down. Yeah.
Fifth Element.
Reality Bites.
Yeah, I'll give you that. You know what? I rewatched Reality Bites. It's terrible. It's really bad. Sleepless in Seattle. I mean, I liked it because I was of that age and when it came out. And
True Romance.
True Romance, yeah.
Royal Tenenbaums Royal Tenenbaums is 2001.
Yeah, Four Weddings and a Funeral.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Good. And oh man,
Men in Black.
God, now I gotta watch.
I liked it.
Now I want to go watch Royal Tenenbaums again.
As good as it gets.
I'm so. Oh, that's another one.
Austin Powers.
Forrest Gump.
The original Austin Powers.
I love the moment when in As Good as It Gets when he actually says the titular line where he goes he looks at the room full of people that are there for therapy and he says, "What if this is as good as it gets?" And you hear one person go, "Oh," and he has another line in that movie that I love where he stops the car and he goes, "Yes, because they're not screwed up. Their lives are getting up, going to do their things, and noodle salad. That's what they do. That's it's like it's completely normal. We're the ones that are all screwed up." And like he basically and he pigeonholes both Greg Kinnear and what's her face?
Helen Hunt.
Like and he's telling the honest truth. Like it's like yo, it isn't that like their lives are that much better. It's that our lives are so screwed up. You know, it's just like that's not what. And they both shut up immediately when they're just like, oh.
Demolition Man.
No.
The Crow. I watched that the other day.
The Truman Show.
The Crow has one of the greatest soundtracks ever. I mean,
yeah, that was a pretty good soundtrack.
Three Kings. Three Kings is pretty good.
Oh, that's an amazing movie. I like that movie a lot.
Nightmare Before Christmas was not on that list. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
See, Snatch was such a better movie.
Yeah, Snatch was better.
Snatch, I mean, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels was like the movie that got him ready to do Snatch.
Shakespeare in Love was not on that list.
That's a quality movie.
Braveheart.
Oh, weird that is.
The Sandlot. I mean, that's.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls.
Aladdin. Tombstone.
Pretty Woman is not on the list either.
No, Pretty Woman was not on that list. Speed. I thought Speed was pretty great.
Good Will Hunting.
Yeah, Good Will Hunting was a good movie.
We just said Total Recall.
Was that a 90s movie?
Total Recall was a total bad movie. Now,
Oh fuck!
I mean,
Gattaca,
I mean, I like Romeo and Juliet, but it's definitely should not be on the list. The Crying Game. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Independence Day. Point Break. Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah.
Forrest Gump.
Who is in the Hood?
Forrest Gump should be. Forrest Gump should definitely be on.
Yeah.
Forrest Gump for sure should be on the list.
It's just. I mean, he should be home in Alabama.
Do you
Saving Private Ryan?
Do you think Forrest Gump will go with the crowd we have today? With how sensitive people are.
No, it's not that people are sensitive. I mean, I think it's just a well-made movie.
Galaxy Quest.
I have never seen that.
Oh, you should watch it.
Yeah.
I know. That's what everybody keeps
That's the
saying.
Tim
The
Allen one, right?
Fugitive. Fugitive of 1993.
That's such a
I
good.
will.
That is
oh,
such a good movie.
Give me like. I'll be back. Give me
The
30
Sixth
seconds.
Sense.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah.
That wasn't on
Oh,
there.
6 cents.
That would never work.
I was
today, you know?
I was hook, line, and sinker for that reveal. Like
Yeah, me too.
100%.
Everybody was.
Yeah.
Everybody was.
Yeah.
Truman Show.
That was
Yeah,
okay.
I said that earlier. She was
Beauty and the
really good.
Beast. Leon, the Professional.
The professional.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We already got Heat. Chunking Express. That was already on the list. I'm just going through Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, Pretty Woman. Office Space.
Yup.
Awesome.
I think that should be the top 100. Yeah.
Goodwill Hunting. Gattaca.
Yeah, one of my
I
favorite
think
movies.
that's underrated.
Gattaca?
Yeah.
I loved Gattaca. The premise was such a cool,
Yeah.
Yeah, the premise.
cool
is-
premise.
They need
English-
to
English
I would like
Patient.
a remake of that.
English Patient is amazing.
Yeah, the other one.
Boys in the Hood.
Event Horizon.
Iron Giant. Saving Private Ryan, you already mentioned.
Yeah.
Terminator 2.
LA Confidential was good. I enjoyed that a lot.
Oh, Terminator 2 was on that list.
Yeah.
Clueless was on that list.
Yeah.
Thelma and Louise.
Oh yeah.
I walked out of that
Jurassic
movie.
Park.
That's what I said. I thought that would be her.
That was my first DTS movie.
DTS. Oh, the
Digital Theater Sound.
Right.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
I don't even remember mine.
They had just converted this one theater.
There's
and
probably
all
about
over.
30 movies not on the list that I think should be.
Yeah.
This guy has to be his, hipster guy who picks movies no one knows.
How
I'm
does
kind of
Forrest
surprised.
Gump not get
Unless
on
it's a 2000s movie, I'm surprised that Almost Famous isn't on there.
I thought that was 2000s.
Is it? It might be.
I think that is a 2000s movie.
Yeah.
Empire Records. Not a fan of Empire Records. Oh,
Just
these
2000s,
These are
yeah.
ranked low.
Empire Records had a good soundtrack, though.
Yeah. Space Jam, 1996. I'm not a fan.
No, nor am
Happy Gilmore. I would take Happy Gilmore over
Billy Madison?
Billy Madison.
Yeah.
Come on.
I can't do those dick and fart joke movies. I just can't.
Yeah, I wasn't a
have you
huge
seen-
fan of Adam Sandler.
Happy
Yeah.
Gilmore is not all that, I think. I mean, there's definitely some crude jokes in there, but not.
There's more heart in that one than Billy Madison.
Yeah.
Sure.
10 Things I Hate About You.
It's still a great movie.
That's not a top 100, though, for sure.
No, it's not a top 100.
Hook.
Yeah.
Muriel's Wedding.
I don't know.
Mortal Kombat. Sister Act.
I gotta say, I want to defend Mortal Kombat.
Boys Don't Cry.
It still stands up, and like the visuals in that movie are still pretty solid. They created a good world, I do believe, with that movie. Second movie is absolute horseshit.
So next week's the TV shows.
Yeah, I'll clean up next week.
Oh, good. Can we keep it under 3 hours or
Yeah.
2 hours? I guess. Man.
You should run it, Barry.
You guys
That
playing
way-
games?
30 minutes.
I can't when I'm stoned. I can't read when I'm stoned. And the weather's been so fucked up here. Like we're really getting it's almost like Florida weather here. It's like 95 degrees and like 80-90% humidity. It was
was-
just killing
yeah.
me.
It was 40 something here today. What is that?
Yeah, it was Green Mile.
What's
was
that
on
in
the
real
top
in real
140.
temperature, Scott?
104.
104.
Green Mile's so good.
Yeah, Green Mile was a good one.
My cousin Vinny.
It's a good book,
That's a good one too.
My cousin Vinny is oh man,
Yeah.
yeah. The more you talk about some of these, the more I'm like, damn it! Like, how does Forrest Gump not make the top 100?
Yeah,
Because this guy's a hipster.
yeah,
Rolling
that's what it
Stones,
is.
dude.
It's-
I mean, come
this
on.
is a 20-year-old, 25-year-old looking back.
Forrest
yeah.
Gump is a crowd pleaser.
Yeah.
That's because it's so good. Like, try to watch that movie and not tear up. It's just
What movie?
Forrest Gump.
I don't think I remember tearing up.
Maybe it's
I mean,
just
I
was a
liked
kid
it.
when
I
I saw
liked it.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It has
it has some melodrama.
It
I liked the moment where he's given the speech or whatever at the thing, and
That's all I got to say about Vietnam.
and that's all I got to say
Vietnam.
about Vietnam. And then Jenny, just
Yeah.
how do you not tear up when he meets his son for the first time?
Yeah.
I feel not. I don't know. I'm a cold-hearted.
Jenny.
You are, Scott. You bastard.
That depends.
I'm just like you, Scott. I'm messing with you.
I just like. Yeah. It's not,
Me and
Scott,
Jen
you're looking for
didn't do a
movies
thing.
to write. You're looking for movies to watch, Scott.
It has the right. Here, you want to see my list?
I'm with you.
I'll read up my list.
Have you ever seen the prize winner of Defiance, Ohio?
No.
It's
It
Woody
was made by a
Harrelson.
Canadian.
The prize winner of Defiance, Ohio.
Yeah, so it's Woody Harrelson, Julianne Moore, and I can't remember who else, but it's fantastic. It's such a good movie.
Say the name of it. Prize.
The prize winner of Defiance, Ohio.
Okay, here's what I got. Last Night, Bad Lieutenant, Edward Scissorhands, The Descendants, Audition, Babe, The Sweet Hereafter, Princess Mononoke, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, Dead Man, The Piano, Chungking Express, Close Up, Safe, and the prize winner of Defiance, Ohio. That's my 90s holes. Well, here's the thing. Half those are from that list that are like definitely hipster movies. But
You in the sci-fi, Scott?
if it's good.
I liked
I don't like bad sci-fi.
Kurt Russell's in it, the Soldier, it's called.
Soldier,
I never saw it though.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that. That was kind of neat.
where he has like 20 lines in the entire movie.
Yeah, he doesn't say much at all.
KC.
Lance, are you gonna do a
KC?
Descent review?
What?
Are you gonna do a Descent review?
I got somebody who's
Or-
willing to send me a copy on the
Dobby.
cheap. I'm interested in trying it out.
I bet you'd like it, you fucking sham.
You have a fucking shame.
Like, why did so many people get so pissed about that game? Like, that specific game. Like,
Price
that.
tag.
I don't know because there's been like no less than 20 dungeon crawlers over $100 on Kickstarter in the past couple of years.
I think the
Yeah.
problem. I mean,
Like-
without you know what, I'm gonna buy it. I'm having them send it to me. It isn't through Asmodee. It's a guy I know that runs a.
It's your store, local store to buy it for you. You get a half price.
I got a guy who runs a
I
store.
know a guy.
I know a guy, and basically he'll sell me games at cost if I'm interested in something. So
I got a guy.
So I got a guy,
I mean-
and he asked me. He's like, I got a few of these left. You want one? I was like, yeah, I suppose. And the thing is that everything I read about it, I don't want to judge it right now because I haven't played it yet. But it looks like it's not really even a board game, right? It looks like you're just running a game on
It's
a
a video game
A video game?
Yeah, and it looks like
with
so.
physical components.
Has anybody played Gargoyles?
Target one?
A game that crew
Looks
played
cool.
it.
I haven't tried it.
Somebody told me to
A game
play
that
it.
crew played it.
Lord Javi
Yeah.
said,
Oh,
Descent
Scott.
Review sponsored by Shasta. You know what? Shasta's amazing. And if Shasta,
So what is the doctor?
Shasta Bottling Company, if
Dr.
you want to
Shasta.
sponsor my channel, Diet Dr. Shasta, baby. It's
We
like
got 200 views a week.
yeah, I will. I know. I mean, if it is the
I'd do it for a
closest,
case.
you know, like it tastes like real Dr. Pepper. It really does. I mean, and like I don't say that lightly.
And drink Dr. Pepper.
Well, you
No.
ask about the Gargoyles game, Matt.
I'm just on the hotness right now. I'm just at the list.
I love
It's
the
nostalgic
old
for people.
cartoon. The old cartoon was awesome.
I like the
The old
3D.
cartoon was
It's on Disney Channel.
the Star Trek cast. Other job.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It was all Star Trek people, but
It's on Disney Plus, right?
I read something that was
I
amazing.
haven't downloaded.
You know, okay, so what's Captain Kirk's full name?
James Tiberius Kirk.
James Tiberius Kirk. When was the first time we learned what his middle name was?
Probably in the movie.
It's like nobody will know. It was in the animated show.
Really?
The animated show that they made after Star Trek, where basically they did the animation, and they're not
So
bad.
bad.
That
don't
is
remember
now
that
considered
well.
to be canon. It is considered to be canon. The stuff that happens in that, and what they did is that the people they basically had the actors go to recording studios in where they lived, and they would just go and record their lines, and then they would send the tapes. It wasn't digital back then. They'd send the physical media to the animation studio, and they'd put the stuff into the the second time it's ever mentioned is Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. Wait, we're missing
Forest.
It's KC, like you said. So,
picked up the
did
alien.
anybody here watch? Suicide Squad or the Suicide Squad? So it's like a sequel. Or,
not yet.
not yet. It was okay.
It was okay.
My son and I watched it. People are gonna hear that and say, "You let your 9-year-old son watch it?" I was like, "Yeah, let my 9-year-old son," because I mean, I don't know. He watches violent stuff all the time.
Yeah.
He watches violent.
I heard it did not do well at the box office, though. Not
why would it if you can watch on HBO Max for nothing?
Yeah,
well, they're saying like the analytics. They said it only made $30 million.
What is it?
The Suicide Squad.
Oh,
I mean, if people are going to the theater, I don't know.
They were hoping it would do
I
better.
want to talk about fucking pandemic again.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Lord Javi just asked, has anybody played the Alien Nostromo game? I
just
have.
ordered it.
I have played the Alien Nostromo game.
What'd you think?
And I think it is just fine. I expected more.
Not as good as Jaws.
So most people will probably like it.
Jaws was amazing. Jaws is one of the top games that was released in that year. And I say this about Alien: The Fate of the Nostromo is a perfectly fine cooperative game, but I really wanted, and I was gonna do a video about it, and I was gonna kind of complain about it, but I mean, I feel bad about this. I'll say right, one of the people that helped design that game is like a good online friend and somebody I've met at conventions, and so I don't want to. I guess I just don't want to poop on his parade, kind of thing. It's I think it's perfectly fine. What I wanted from it was I wanted to like be able to like when you play Battlestar Galactica, you quote Battlestar Galactica when you play it. When you play Jaws, you quote Jaws and you play it. I wanted to like quote Alien and stuff when I was playing that game. And the problem about it is that it's kind of just formulaic. It's like, okay, you get 2 actions each turn. Okay, you can go and you can collect this scrap and you can go to this area and you can get this stuff and you can do this. Oh, but if you go into one of these spots that has one of these little hidden things, you have to flip it over and then possibly it's something bad happens and it's like an alien or something like that shows up. But like the alien doesn't like kill anybody. That's the other thing too. I wanted the alien to like, oh, you ended up in the room with the alien and it ripped you apart. I mean, I know that sounds gruesome and horrible, but obviously if you're playing it cooperative and everybody's got one character and, oh, I'm dead, I got to watch you play. So you couldn't kill people in the game. Like instead, what it does is you saw the alien and it causes your morale to go down and you have to leave the room. So it was just kind of like, oh, the alien.
That would
just like death. Yeah, and it's just like, and if the morale of the entire ship ever goes down to 0, then you lose. And then there's another thing where technically there's a death when like the self-destruct sequence goes off on the ship and then everybody dies, so the ship explodes. And it's just kind of like
you wanted more hardcore.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean it was just and I was playing it and I was playing it and I was like, this is a game where it was like, oh, you would be like, oh, this is kind of cool. If you'd never played a cooperative game before, you'd be like, wow, this is really cool. Do I go in that room? Do I make this choice? Do I go there? Do I go in here and like give this person this one thing to do whatever? And it's kind of like, that's kind of neat, And I thought possibly this is people, spoiler alert for the movie Alien, like with the science officer Ash, like, because he ends up betraying in the movie, he ends up betraying the group because he's like supposed to try to bring the alien back for everybody, for the corporation. I thought, okay, cool. Maybe like Ash could be in the game, and then there would be like a traitor thing going on there. Like maybe the programming clues in, maybe it doesn't, but no, it's just if you want to make the game more
it's a
difficult,
mainstream game, right? I mean,
yeah, if you want to make the game more difficult, you add ash into it, and like there's all these like scrap parts like lying around in the ship that you can use those scrap parts to create certain things. Like you can use certain scrap parts in the med bay to increase the overall morale of the crew. You know, like it's theoretically like the alien scratched you and you've healed up and like you increase the morale or whatever. And it was just kind of like, oh, okay, that's kind of neat. You know, but like when Ash moves around the thing, oh, he takes the scrap and it's discarded. So like you can't, so basically he kind of moves around and destroys stuff that you can use. And it's kind of like, oh, well, you're not really interacting with him either. He's just kind of like this wandering Pac-Man that just kind of moves around and destroys things. And then there was another thing too, where it's like, oh, if you turn over, like Jonesy the cat is in the game. And it's like, oh, you turn a thing over and it isn't the alien, but it's Jonesy the cat, and it yowls at you, and like you lose a morale for that. And I was just kind of like, oh no, the cat hissed at me. Oh, lose one morale. You know, just like, so it just, I
think your expectations might be too high.
My expectation, because Jaws was so freaking amazing, and like Jaws and Alien are like two movies from my early childhood that like to this day I'll still watch, and they'll still, I can still find moments in both of those movies that like I still get so annoyed in Alien when what's her face doesn't move out of the way so he can use the flamethrower on the alien to kill him. You know, like it's just get out of the way. Just all you had to do is move to. All you had to do is
yeah,
just
but she was like stunned, right?
Well, no, she was so scared she couldn't move, so and it's just kind of like, just get out of the way. Just get out of the way. Then he could kill it. He could kill it if you just move out. Just burn her too. You know, just like you know. Nope. I'm gonna race forward and Yaphet Kotto says I'm just gonna race forward and hit it with the flamethrower instead. No, great, it killed me.
Hey Scott, remind me if we're ever like stuck on a ship with an alien with Lance to take him out first, so we have a fighting chance.
First to go.
Yeah.
Lance will turn on us in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So you mentioned the Suicide
He's the
Squad.
Paul Reiser.
Yeah. Yeah, if we're ever on a BBG cruise with the fucking alien, remind us he goes overboard first.
Yeah. No, so I was watching the Suicide Squad. No spoilers whatsoever. I'm not gonna say anything. I think it was just everybody was like, oh, I've heard so many people say, man, that movie was freaking awesome. They were talking about how great it was. And I was just like, it wasn't bad. I mean, definitely there was like definitely moments where I found myself smiling and laughing and
awesome.
And
didn't peak.
And my son, but yeah, it wasn't like, there was also moments where I was like, wow, the editing on this is just really poor. Like what's going on? All of a sudden it's just like, and now we're here. You know, it's just like, you know, it's one of those things where it's like,
was better than the first one.
It was definitely better than the first. And I felt like the flow of the movie, it just didn't flow. There's a couple of points where it's like he hit some bumpy road.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, you hit some choppy water there, but it got us to where we needed to go. And it was an enjoyable little ride, if you will.
So Nathan Fillion's in that, right? And
he is.
There was a petition signing in Edmonton for fans, and they got Edmonton to rename City Hall on Sunday just passed the Nathan Fillion Civilian Pavilion.
Yeah. They went for it. That's cool.
Those crazy Canadians.
And they did it, yeah.
It's just simple things in life.
Well, nothing else.
I'm all for it. I'm all for the wholesomeness of that.
Where did Forrest go?
We have like some weird shit going on here in Dallas. There's like
I was watching Dexter, so
flying
my
back and
thoughts
forth.
got a little dark there for a second.
But. What was it? What did I watch the other day?
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Are you okay, buddy? You got the.
Is that a pickle?
Is that a pickle?
Did you go to the Ren Fair?
pickle sandwich.
Pickle
All
sandwich.
All right, here we go. KC. Paul is here. We can get this here. We're good to go.
All right.
Just let everybody know. I don't know if it's still on Kickstarter or not. I think it might still be on there.
It still is.
Initials game is still on Kickstarter, made by my friend Corey Cove, and go go support him and the people at
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Fan. Are you going to go to that exclusive party, Lance? Are they going to get you in there?
I probably won't. No, but I am going to go to the Minnesota State Fair when they're going to be there. So maybe I'll say hi to my friends. That'll be cool. So
well,
I don't know. I know of at least like 5 copies that have been sold because of this this thing. You know, 2
I'm gonna buy one.
Tell them Lance sent you.
Yeah, tell Lance sent you.
He's got a guy.
So here we go. Clue number 1. Played a rabbit in 2011. Was a chipmunk in 2015. Was part of a 21st century John Ritter sitcom.
Matt. Kelly Cuoco or whatever.
Yeah, Kelly Cuoco.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I don't know what it is.
Last clue, the giveaway clue was starting in 2007. Played Penny on the CBS sitcom The Big Bang Theory.
Never.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to pick that name out of a lineup of 1. All right, here we go. Number 2 is a song from the movie. Back up. Is a song from the musical Oklahoma. Has connections to Walt Disney.
Kansas City?
Can I have your name, please?
Barry, Kansas City.
He's thinking out loud.
Yeah, thinking out loud.
Should have snatched it from you.
Yes.
I spent 18 hours alone.
I will give you the point. There, Barry's on the board, everybody.
Wait. Is that is the song Kansas City? Is the song that Kansas City, here I come? Like
I believe it is. Yes. Kansas City, here I come. Right back where I started from.
So that's a different song. That's a different Kansas City song. Highly recommend listening to the Kansas City jazz song. It's a great song.
If you say so. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Born in Virginia in 1957. Has been seen on NBC, CBS, and ABC. Was inducted into the Television Hall of Fame in 2004. In 2011, released the book "The Best Advice I Ever Got: Lessons from Extraordinary." Go ahead.
Katie Couric.
Katie Couric is correct. Yes, there you go. Look at you, Matt, crushing it today.
I didn't think she was that old.
Well, she is. Clue number 1. Born in Texas in the 1980s. Appeared in a 2003 box office bomb. Has appeared on Saturday Night Live.
Barry. Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, from Justin to Kelly. Man.
What'd you say? I didn't hear you, Barry.
Kelly Clarkson.
Crushing it.
Kelly Clarkson. I love how his brain's just a second or two behind.
Was it Justin to Kelly?
Steve Carell once screamed her name.
Oh my god, I also heard of that movie.
Here we go. Clue number 1. It was clue number 1. Was born in New Jersey with the last name Fitzpatrick. Has been seen on ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, PBS, MSNBC, Fox News, and more.
Somebody visited Wikipedia.
Connected to the Bowling Green Massacre. Known as a spin doctor.
I know this one.
Made famous the phrase alternative facts. Final clue. A counselor and campaign manager for Donald Trump. 5. Aldi. 5.
I can't think of it.
4.
Kelly.
3.
And
2.
Something.
Oh.
Matt.
Matt.
Kellyanne Conway.
Kellyanne Conway is
to say
correct.
Connor. Yeah.
Here we go. Clue number one.
Canadian in there.
Barry and Matt crushing it. Was briefly married to an Academy Award winner. In 2010, helped create a documentary about a high school football.
School football team. There's high school.
No, just
In
the ball
2010,
itself.
helped create a documentary about high school football.
About high school football.
Number three.
Yeah, I heard it too, Scott. It wasn't just you.
Connected to no shoes, no shirt, no problems.
Shit.
Clue number four. Released super hits in 2007. Clue number five. Has won entertainer Matt.
Kenny Chesney.
Kenny Chesney is
Something was
correct.
last
Wouldn't
name.
have got that in a million years.
Neither would I.
No shirts. No
My brother probably would have. Yeah.
There you go. Clue number one. What's contended for a U.S. Open championship? Has been seen in a baseball uniform. Was an American prohibition agent. Was an adoptive parent to a superhero.
Matt.
Kevin
Costner.
Costner is correct.
Yeah, you're on fire.
So interesting. Like one of the like wonderful conspiracy theories that has no basis in fact whatsoever is that when Cal Ripken was doing his consecutive games played streak, that like the Iron Man streak or whatever in baseball, there was a night that the power strangely just went off in Baltimore Stadium and they were unable to play the game that night. And so no game was played. And the idea was, the theory was, or the conspiracy theory was, is that Cal Ripken, so when Kevin Costner was like, basically he was traveling with working with the Baltimore Orioles to learn how to play baseball so he could be in that movie Bull Durham. That that Cal Ripken went home early and he caught Kevin Costner in bed with his wife, and they got into like a fight, and like basically like he said, "I'm not coming to the game, screw this." And so they were like, so that the Baltimore Orioles general manager staff or whatever was like, "Oh, the power went out, we can't have the game." Just like, it's just a wonderful it's not true, absolutely not true, but it's a fun little story.
Speaking of JFK conspiracy theories, that speech in that movie where he says, "I believe Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone."
I believe Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. That's true. I like it. Bull Durham's a good movie.
Oh, fantastic movie.
Quality movie. It's in the 80s though, so it doesn't count in the 90s. Number one, born in England but grew up in Canada. Can't get it, Matt?
I know.
You grew up in Canada. Come on, Matt.
That's the first one.
Appeared in a 1986 Kurt Russell cult classic. Appeared in a 1981 sex comedy classic. Was a police cadet in 1984. Was a mannequin in 1987.
Oh, the hell!
Aldi.
Kim Cattrall. I almost said Kim Kardashian.
Most famous as Samantha Jones on HBO Sex and the City.
I didn't know she grew up in Canada.
No, see,
Yeah.
you're supposed to keep tabs on everybody up in Canada, Matthew.
Come on, don't you know?
Like Lance knows everybody in America.
Yeah. Well, I don't know everybody, but they all know me.
I highly doubt that.
The 1986 Kurt Russell. That's Big Trouble in Little China, baby.
Yeah,
That's a
Yeah.
good
Right.
I was
Yes.
Escape from New
How
York.
was that game?
That's a great game.
That's all right.
It's total Ameritrash. I mean, it's
Yeah, that's fun.
but it's fun. Super good. That is what that's part of my 100. I was
Oh,
making my list of games that I'm going to keep. That's part of my 100. Here we go. Occurred in Oregon. Involved an undercover detective. Was released December 21st, 1990. Bill Murray was reportedly approached about playing the lead role. Ivan Reitman directed this film, which made over $200 million at the box office worldwide. John Kimball, a teacher and detective, was played Matt.
Kindergarten Cop.
Kindergarten Cop. You know, just I'm Detective John Kimball.
It's not cancer.
He looks like super badass at the beginning of that movie too.
Yeah. Is a 2016 film starring James Franco and Christian Slater. Prominent in mythology in some Asian cultures. Includes a hood. Its diet consists primarily of snakes.
Forrest. King Cobra.
King Cobra is correct. Yes.
Yay, I'm on the board.
The largest
Cobra
known
eats snakes.
specimen measured over 19 feet long.
Oh, that's terrifying.
It is.
Yeah. And I think Matt sewed this up. Barry, if Barry runs out the string, he can tie him. There's 4 left.
Highly doubt that.
Are asymmetrical. Most are red, golden, or blue. Often connected to Alaska. Aldi.
King crab.
King crab. Yes.
Asymmetrical?
They have one big claw and they have one small claw.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Do they?
Yep.
It's like the Hellboy of crabs.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
Or,
It's
sorry,
delicious.
Hellboy is
That's all I
the
know.
super
Had it on the Alaska trip. It was the best king crab I've ever had.
Matt, you win.
Sure.
Anyway, debuted in a breakfast cereal commercial. Aldi.
Captain Crunch.
That would be 2 C's, so you're wrong.
I thought he was Captain Crunch.
No.
Okay.
So did I, Scott.
Forrest.
Forrest.
Count Chocula.
That's a C as well.
That's also 2 C's.
Scary, so they spell stuff weird when stuff's scary.
Was in a film that included brain transference serum. Starred in Saving Christmas, a 2014 film which won the Golden Raspberry Award for Worst Picture.
I actually like that movie a lot.
Matt.
Kevin Kline?
That's double K.
Barry, you're the only one that can answer this.
Is Kevin Kline with a C or a...
I think it's a C.
It's 2 Ks.
Right.
It's 2 Ks.
It is 2 Ks, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Was frequently seen on the pages of 16, Tiger Beat, and Teen Beat. His sister was a cast member on Full House.
Oh, God.
Final clue. Was most famous.
Kirk Cameron.
Yeah.
Kirk Cameron.
By the way, I take that positive comment off the record. This was not the movie I was thinking about. 1.4 on IMDb for Saving Christmas. 1.4 and 0 out of 100. Oh.
Born in Illinois in 1988. His nickname is a Star Trek reference. Attended a Big Ten university.
He must be a sports player.
Yeah, was a 4th round draft pick in 2012. For a very short time in 2018, was the highest paid player in the NFL on a per year basis.
Can you repeat clue one?
Born in Illinois, 1988.
Second one. Which college did he go to?
Just says attended a Big Ten university.
Oh, okay.
Has played quarterback for both Washington and Minnesota, and I'll just add is a complete dirtbag who won't get vaccinated. Go ahead, Forrest.
Kirk Cousins, Mr. Guaranteed Money.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins just won't get vaccinated. Well, it's a personal decision, and if I die, I die. Yeah, you're.
Well, hopefully you guys forfeit a bunch of games.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. It's so tough to fucking give a shit. It's just like just get rid of him. Just fucking.
The Dallas Cowboys Hard Knocks started yesterday. It's very good so far.
Final one. Here we go.
Oh, I thought we were done.
No, was inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2014. Was once famously unplugged.
Matt.
Yeah. Matt
Cobain.
Kurt Cobain. Connected to Bleach. Is from Washington. Died April 5th, 1994. Killed by his wife. Was the lead singer and guitarist for the legend. Allegedly. No, he shot himself because
Wow, Matt, 7.
What are you drinking, Barry?
Iced tea
that he always drinks.
from Wawa.
I remember when I heard that he had killed himself, and it was like one of those things where it was just like, that's not surprising, I guess.
Did you ever watch that documentary about them?
Which one?
Is there more than one?
There's several.
There's the one documentary
the one
that's
that had the
really
whole
slanted
stuff.
to make it sound like she killed him.
Yeah.
Like
No, it
it's-
wasn't that. It was just showing them like in home movies and stuff when they're like totally on, heroin.
Oh yeah.
And how they're like, we're gonna get it together, and then they're worse the next day.
You ever see that?
Heroin's a motherfucker.
Did you ever see that? I forget
Montage of Heck, maybe. I think that's what it was.
It was. I'm trying to remember which roast it was, but Courtney Love was there because she was friends with the person that they were roasting, Pamela Anderson, and I think it was Jeff Ross, but he said so. No, it wasn't Jeff Ross. It was Greg Girardo, rest in peace. He was just like, he said, Courtney Love, good Lord. Who would have thought that Kurt Cobain would look better than Courtney Love right now? It's just like, ooh. Like it was like everybody laughed, and then they started going, oh, and then he was like, it's a roast. It's a roast. It's like, yeah. Yeah, you haven't heard much from Courtney Love in a long time. She was really good in The People versus Larry Flint. I thought she did a really good job.
She was.
There's a lot of shit going on with his kid. And
what's her name? Frances Bean or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last I heard, there's a lot of shit going on with the husband of Frances Bean and the estate with Courtney Love. There's a lot of stuff. The grandmother was involved. It's still a mess, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just I'm
20-some years later, it's still a mess.
I remember I was like, the name of the, I mean, it was a good album too, but I always loved the name of that album. Live Through This was the name of, like, I was like, that is a really good name for an album.
That's a good album too.
It was a good album.
There's a lot of good songs on there.
Did that have Celebrity Skin on it?
I believe so.
Probably.
Yeah.
All parts.
Yeah.
Did you have more than one album? Did they have more than one album?
He had a couple.
This World, All Parts, Violet.
Love revealed in March 2021 that she'd been hospitalized with acute anemia in 2020, which left her weighing 97 pounds and nearly killed her, though she had now fully recovered.
Jesus.
7?
97 pounds. Yeah. Said she never wanted to be a singer, something or other. No, yeah, I mean, she was quite good in the in that movie. So it was like, hey, we need you to play a strung out druggie. Think you can pull that off for us?
It'll be a stretch, but sure.
Yeah. And she was good on Man on the Moon too.
I didn't see that.
Really? Man on the
Andy
Moon.
Kaufman?
That was in the 90s too. That should have been on the list.
Yeah.
Is that with Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
great movie.
About what's his
Andy
name?
Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman.
King
Yeah.
Lawler in there. That was a good movie.
Yeah, I mean that's
Cool.
really, you haven't seen that. That's worth a watch. And I liked People versus Larry Flint too. I thought that was a good movie.
That was excellent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Woody
Just,
Harrelson did a good job in that.
Woody Harrelson did a fabulous job in that.
Celebrity Skin was the album. It had Celebrity Skin on it.
Oh, okay.
Malibu.
It's fun.
It's been a long time
Yeah.
since I've listened to those two albums. I should listen to those again.
I got to say, Aldi, I was awfully tempted when I read all the info about the cruise.
Come on. Gotta come to BGG something.
I will.
That's the bucket list right
In
there.
2022, he will.
All right. I got to skedaddle. I got to get up early and bring my car in.
What's wrong with your car?
Well, I thought I got it fixed, but every time I take my foot off the accelerator, it goes clunk, clunk, clunk behind me. Apparently, it's like a bushing or something, or a, I don't know.
What,
I looked it
wheel
up before.
bushing?
Pardon?
A wheel bushing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said it's dangerous if you keep driving on it.
Yeah,
so-
that is. The actual bullshit. You don't want to mess with some of that stuff.
Yeah, so-
Francis Bean Cobain, 28 years
Well,
old now.
good luck, Matt. I gotta take my car in tomorrow too. But good luck.
Do you?
I just need an oil change.
Oh, that's good. Hopefully this is still under like the previous fix because it was only like a few weeks ago.
That should be. I figured.
I think it's time for a new car, anyways.
You brought it in for that reason.
Oh, here's a good
Car.
What'd you sorry. So we can probably wrap up here a little bit, but here in August 18th, 2010, Cobain inherited 37% of her late father's estate. She now controls the publicity rights to her father's name and image instead of love. Frances Bean Cobain has said that she is not a fan of grunge bands. She instead prefers the music of artists such as Oasis, the Brian Jonestown Massacre, and Mercury Rev. But she has said she likes the songs Territorial Pissings and Dumb. Frances Bean and musician Isaac Silva from the Eries married on June 29, 2014. Then she filed for divorce in 2016. Attended the
What kind of car
opening
would you get, Matt?
I probably lean towards an Outback
Outback.
Subaru.
Yeah.
Subaru. Okay.
I really I had a legacy wagon. I love that. I love that thing. It
Really?
was great.
Jen stepsister swears by the Subarus.
Yeah.
She's had the Outback and the SUV one. I forget the name of what that was.
Oh yeah, maybe a Crosstrek. I don't know.
It's so
Which
weird
is
that you're
also
asking about a car, Aldi, when you don't even own one.
I have a car.
Your wife drives.
Doesn't
a car. You
drive.
said you sold your car.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't have my own car, but we have a car in the household.
Oh yeah,
And then
but,
partly my car too.
but you don't drive it though.
I do drive it on occasion.
When was the last time you drove your car?
Mm. I
How
don't
about
remember.
you, Scott?
Yeah, exactly.
I drove
You
more
are-
recently than you,
You're
Scott.
like-
but
you're
I'm
like-
with you.
you're like-
Probably like
Mm.
2019, maybe.
You're like
No,
Bruce,
really?
You're like
Well,
Bruce
I-
Wayne sitting in
when-
the back seat
when-
reading the newspaper.
That's not true. I drove out to Jeff's house when we packed up for BGG Con 2019.
What are you driving?
She has an Audi.
When
Q5,
does your wife let you
Q5.
drive? And what is it that she lets
Well,
you drive?
What do you
I'd
mean?
love an Audi. That'd
I
be
could
nice.
drive whenever I want. Just don't
I
want to.
can do what I want. I just
I'm a
I
big
just
boy
choose that.
Yeah,
now.
I think the last time I was out there was like 2019.
my wife thinks
I
I'm
got to go to
weird.
the building this weekend, the BGG building.
Yeah, I saw that. Cool.
Super fun. I haven't been there in 2 years.
That's so weird. I mean, like, who is maintaining it for you?
The 3 people that work in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't work in the building. Like my office is here. It's not. But they have all their offices. There's an office, and Jeff is working. He's not working for me, but he's live in the office. He uses my building as his office. So there's always.
I'd love to go electric if I could, but apparently in Canada, winters
no
are not very
electricity.
good on batteries.
Yeah.
Like you get like half the amount of distance
Yeah.
out of a battery.
Can I ask you who are the 3 people that have office space at the BGG building that work there?
Christine, Joni, Cindy, and one other person, which I cannot remember her name right now.
It's 4.
Oh yeah, there's 4. I mean, I'll tell you. Hold on.
If 4
So
could
it's
pull
weird.
off
I
this
don't know why I
electric-
cannot remember her name because she used to work for me and then quit and then came back. So I haven't seen her in like 2 years.
So a bunch of awesome people is what you're trying to say.
No, they're all awesome.
Wouldn't hire him. The one.
I wouldn't hire them if I
I
want.
was gonna say.
Mm-mm.
I imagine the buck starts with Scott.
Yeah.
I can't remember her name. Well, I have to look it up now, so I'm gonna find it. And Jeff works in the office too. So there's like 5 people. There's 4 BGG employees and Jeff.
Do you have somebody come in for maintenance or?
They all take care of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, we also call in. We have air conditioning maintenance. We have lawn maintenance. We have.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
All that
Stuff
stuff.
like that.
You own the building?
The major stuff.
I do.
Nice.
Carrie is the
Carrie.
4th. Don't know why I didn't remember that. Yeah, they're all awesome. And
We
they're machines. Like they can ship
Like
out.
really? They're machines?
They're fembots.
Yes, they're cyborgs.
No, they're just very efficient. at
The
shipping.
machine gun? No,
Yeah.
right.
You broke the code. Or, and I assume you're enjoying
They can
the
ship
second,
out like 1,000 packages a week.
you're enjoying the second season of Ted Lasso so far?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see last week, so I'm gonna watch that. I missed it.
So good. So good.
I
I
saw
told
you.
Jen to
I
watch
saw
it
you
without
can
me.
get a Roy Kent T-shirt that says Roy Kent. He's here. He's there. He's every fucking where. And it just has his like his silhouette on it. I was like,
I like
might buy
Roy
that.
Kent a lot. He's my favorite character for sure.
Oh, he's so good. Just like, and Roy Kent is here.
And they're using him just enough. They're not
Yeah.
overusing him.
I like Coach Beard.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
I wish they give him more. He was more of a character last season.
Yeah.
He hasn't gotten much
Yeah.
this year.
Was his soul? He's like, I just love it when he comes with the scene where Roy Kent does his Teddy. He's like, I'm Ted Lasso. It's like, makes fun of him, and then just so good.
Such a
Yeah, I don't know where they're gonna go with this season. It's I mean, obviously no spoilers, but I think they're doing a good job. That's a good show.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
good job. I love the fact that it punches up. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely it's taking the right swings, right?
Yeah.
And it's also moving away from Ted, and they're doing this season, and they're telling more of everybody else. I mean, Ted's still there, obviously, and like
Yeah.
he's important, but like
I expected that though. It's just character building. Yeah.
I think one of my favorite scenes from all this episode so far is the darts scene.
oh, the darts, yeah,
Oh, what a great little speech he gives and everything, and Anthony Stewart Head's in it too. So
yeah. And he's just like, and then what does he say? He's like, I think I might be white knighting here, but I don't know exactly what we. Yeah, and then just the whole, whatever.
Ask
be
questions.
Be curious, not judgmental.
yeah.
Whatever. And it's just like everybody else. So what you should have been asking is, I've ever played darts myself, but instead, you just thought I was a sucker that you were going to beat. That you were going to beat. But yes, good show, really good show. I mean, I think this season is still good, but that first season was phenomenal.
The season's over.
Yeah.
I
And
think
that
this
season,
was good.
I think this is just a hair underneath right now. It's just
Really?
it's
Mm.
it's just it's
I'm
very
enjoying
slightly. It's I'm not. I never said I didn't enjoy it. I just said it's so hard to.
We
I mean,
we binged
every-
season 1 too. So
every episode of season 1 was a home run. I mean, it wasn't just a home run. It was a 480-foot blast to center field. It was just like
Football is life.
yeah, just
So good. I
Yeah.
agree with Lance. I love this season, but it's not as good, but that's still
it's just as good for me.
Yeah.
such a high
Right.
bar.
In fact, better because Roy Kent has more scenes.
All right, Matt.
Roy Kent.
Good
Good
night, everybody.
night, Matthew. I suppose we should just shut it down. It is 12:30 or whatever. Forrest, you were here for
It's
most of
early
it, man.
for
Yeah, it's early for a thing, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
game night
well,
wrap.
does anybody want to? You know what? I taught my kids and my wife Monopoly Deal the other day.
It's a
And I
solid.
was like, it's a solid game. The problem with it is that basically everybody gets to like the exact same spot where one more turn will win it for you. Like almost always, everybody's got the one thing where it's like they have the right cards that'll allow them to have the 3 sets. They just can't have somebody mess with their decision or what they're gonna do, right? So it was like I taught them it, and then my wife would have won because she had a card that would allow her to steal somebody's thing and take it, but I was able to block it, and then like
Game is
the next person won it. What?
what game?
Monopoly Deal. It's like just it's a simple little card game.
Deal with it.
Well, no, no.
Is it
It's-
a remake of something, or is it?
No,
brand
it's
new?
just it was like basically somebody said, hey, let's make a Monopoly card game where like you have cards that you can either play. You get like 2 actions a turn. You draw 2 cards, and like the cards themselves are properties, and you can put the properties down in front of you. So then you can play rent cards that make other people pay you money. Every card has a value, and you can decide with your cards. Non-property cards, you can either put them down as money or you can use them for their actions. But you need money on the table. So when somebody hits you up for rent, you can pay them in rent. Otherwise, you have to pay them with your properties and they can steal their stuff. So it's like, you're kind of like, and you have to have properties on the table to be able to take money from other people. So like you're constantly worried about whether or not you're going to like what you're playing. It is not by any means a gold, like a gold medal winner game. It is not.
It is
But-
extremely popular though. It's Target, Walmart, mass market as hell.
And it costs like $6.
Yeah.
It's inexpensive. But it was like my son found it. He said, I want to play this. I was like, all right, cool. Taught it to everybody. And they were like, let me read the rules. I was like, okay, fine, go ahead. There's no hidden rules here. It's just you just play it. And
Yeah, I've not heard of it. Cool.
really,
I have heard of it. I refuse to play another Monopoly game.
Yeah.
it is a monopoly. It's just
Yeah,
the
it's just
theme.
a card game.
Yeah, and it's just it. And the thing about it is that, like I said, everybody gets to the point where basically they need one more turn to win, and almost always the same exact time.
Is it one?
I-
Can you gang up on people and stuff, or is it?
Not really, because like your cards that block stuff, usually the only thing they do is they block stuff that comes in on you. So you can't, and you can't like you can like I need rent, and I'm gonna ask my rent from you. You can do that. But
so you could gang up on someone.
you could, but it's almost impossible because like people like at one point my son had like $30 in cards that he could pay people off. That's why he won. There was no way because like
Couldn't
he
stop
had
him.
because he had taken so much rent from everybody else that like he just had all this stuff, right? And he was just like, yeah, and it's just like, and then my wife's like, why did you stop me from doing it? It's like, well, why would you want your son to win? What am I supposed to do? Let you win when I could stop you? Of course I'm going to stop you. It's like, I mean, it's just, and on the off chance he gets stopped, I knew on my next turn I would win the game. So it's like it was one of those things where if it could get around to me, then I could pull off the win. So I got to stop you from winning. But it's worth the $6 you're going to pay for it. You'll get your plays out of it. I already gave my review of Flamecraft earlier. It's fabulous. Go back it if you haven't backed it. Back it again. Plus, you're supporting Peter Vaughn, who is an Alaboom guy, so that alone is reason why you should do it. And then I played Fate of the Maelstrom. I played a lot of games, weirdly.
Did you guys see Jaws of the Lion's top 5 now in BGG?
I mean, great.
So the top 5 of Gloomhaven, Pandemic Legacy Season 1, Brass Birmingham, Terraforming Mars, Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion.
We are so cold to the new.
Yeah. No.
Well, the only new game here is Jaws of the Lion, which came out in 2020. Terraforming Mars came out in 2018.
They're all within like the last 5 years.
Terraforming Mars came out in 2016. That's 5 years ago.
Yeah, that's so cold to the new. Like, think about how long. Well, I guess there's more coming up, but like, how long was Puerto Rico number 1?
I don't know, like a long time.
Yeah,
I heard they're gonna do a redo of that, but just totally make it a different theme, supposedly. Did I hear that correctly?
More modern day Puerto Rico, I think, is what the plan is.
More modern day.
I guess my Intrink 20-year anniversary copy or whatever is going to be just worth that much more money.
Oh, I don't.
I've only played that once. I
I'm-
can see what people are saying, but I don't think it's like great. You know, I mean,
Always sit to the left of the new player, then you'll win.
Twilight Imperium, 4th editions, 2017, Gaia Pro. I mean, there's no 2020 games on here except for except for Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion.
John. Yeah.
There's no other 2020 games on top 100. Not that cold to the new.
Well, still the last 5 years, like I consider that cold to the new.
So you're saying no movies, not movies.
So
no
Mage Knight
games.
was 2011. That's number 26. That's probably
So like let's
Puerto Rico is number.
Let's go movies instead of video games, Lance. I think that's fair.
Well, no. So here, like, let me say this about games. So I'm supposed to believe, and yes, Jaws of the Lion and Gloomhaven are both 2 different games. I'm not trying to say anything other than that. But what you're telling me is that those 2 games are head and shoulders better than every other game that was made from 2016 and before.
Yes.
You know?
Every single one.
But
all of them.
why do you deny your destiny? I mean, come on.
I mean, it's like so.
Do people really think that the top 100 of BGG games are like the best of everything ever made?
If you're in the top 100 of those things, it means you're selling copies of the game because people are going there and seeing it and they're like, yes, I'm going to. I mean,
but that doesn't mean they're the best. They're better than other games.
So I have a rating system then.
I don't
but
know.
If you're new to the hobby, if you're first,
I never really wanted it. I thought it was cool.
I think it is.
People to give too much credit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. If
you're done in the day,
if you go to a BGG first time and you see this list, you know,
sure,
it's going to make that impression that. Yeah.
Well, and it's like all those people that when they go in to rate a game and they rate it a 1 and they actually have a comment. I don't even own this. I just hate this company or something like that. And they rated a 1, and it's just like, well, I mean, I don't know.
Am I going to tell you your opinion is wrong?
Well, no, but I mean, is that really rating a board game?
No, I guess you're rating the company. If you put the comment there saying you hate this company's products, I mean, would you take that as a serious rating? I would just skip it.
No, but I mean,
admittedly,
I don't know how your algorithm
on
works,
Steam. I ignore the ones where it says the game crashed for me. Like you didn't play the game, so I just ignore that.
I understand.
I have the ability to filter these things.
Let's just say, for sake of an argument.
Argue.
Okay, for sake of an argument, let's say 500 really serious people that just hate on something go in and just rank something a 1. No comment, no nothing.
They hate
rate a game a 1. Ha! And then they go in there and they rate something a 1, right? And so somebody logs in and they see, this cool game. Let's see. Wow, 500 people rated it a 1. But it has nothing to do with the board game. I don't know. I can see where, like,
if they said that they didn't if it was a political statement or not a political statement, but like a statement against the company or something like that, then wouldn't people see through that?
Well, no, but okay, so but those 500 people would lower the rating. They would lower the rating of that game, right?
Sure.
If it was like, okay, let's say it's X, but it would be X less because of these 500 people. A lot of people just look at the rating. Oh, it's rated a 7.8. Cool. Oh, it's rated an 8.2. Cool. Oh, it's rated a 6.1. Maybe not. I mean, and those 500 people would have an effect on that ultimate rating. Yeah. Not everybody goes and dives into the comments. I
don't think most people do.
But what do you mean? I mean, like, do you think that's bad?
I think that if it like, I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate here, Scott.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm trying to understand.
But I'm saying, yes, I'd say that's bad. If that means that if people can go into a subjective system and actually actively make a game appear worse than it actually is for alternative reasons that could possibly affect the financial outcome of what that game is worth to that company, yes, I would say that is a bad thing. I also think that it is impossible for you to govern. And it is, and it's one of those things where it's like, what are you going to do about it? I mean, like,
what do you do?
I
turn it off. You can't police that.
Yeah, and I mean,
I can't call every person and say, "Why'd you give this a 1?" You play the game.
Why can't you, Scott?
Well, it sounds like
$1 million man.
You know what? It sounds to me like you need a 5th person at that office.
Yeah, you can hire Forrest. He can do it.
That goes investigates all the low ratings. What about all the high ratings, Lance?
Forrest, the telemarketer.
It's an equal opportunity thing. Yeah,
I don't care. What about the 3s? Call them. The 7s, call them. Call every single
person's reason.
I would I call them up and say I would like a picture of this game. I want a real-time video of you showing me this game in your collection.
Why did you rate Phoenix Squabble a 6.4 and leave a heart emoji? Can you please explain this? This is the board game.
It's an interesting problem because, like, on Yelp, the owner of a company can reply to a review, right? Like, if you're like I don't know if you have to pay for that or if it's free, but if you're the owner of a restaurant, you can reply to people and
that would be great.
Okay. You want something that's really weird? People can reply to stuff like that, and also it's like and I think that's good, right? I mean, it's like people are kind of like, and I like when like there's a thing where there's a rating system, like Google Shops has a thing too where people can leave ratings, and then the owner of the company can leave a response saying this is what happened, and like and I think that's good. I think and I mean, once again,
thing for BG to do.
That'd be interesting.
Where you have a representative of the company be able to respond to ratings. I don't know. That seems a little.
Well, so like here's something weird. It was like so for my fish tank, there's a type of fish that I really want in my tank, and I went to like the one local fish store that can actually order in fish. Like you can't go to like a Petco or a PetSmart and say, hey, can you order me this fish? Like, we don't order fish. They just deliver us what we get, and what we get, we throw in the tanks. That's the deal. So I had the one local place, and I was like, can you get me these fish? And they were like, yeah, I called them up. I was like, can you get me some fish? And it's like, yeah, we can get you anything. Give us a call. So I or come in with a list. We can get you anything. So I came in with a list, and they're like, give me a couple of days. I came back, and they're like, yeah, we can't get you any of these. And I was just like, and they were like, oh, this, that, and the other thing, and problems, whatever. So I was like, all right, fine, whatever. I went home and I Googled it. I Googled this, like this. It's a South American fish that I want, and I Googled it, and I found like basically this giant fish store that's run by this family down in Florida, and they had them, and they're like, we have hundreds of these, we can sell these to you. And the whole thing about, and it's like, and they have a very, very distinct process where it's like you end up paying a fair amount for the shipping because they send the fish UPS like one day, like literally, and
the fastest you can do it.
The fastest you can possibly do it. I got my email today saying it was the label had been created. I checked it again like at 7:00 at night. They said it'll be delivered at your house by 10:30 a.m. These fish will be at your door because they can't stay in that bag. Yeah. They'll die. And they have a thing where they say they look at the timestamp from when UPS says it's delivered. You have, if fish show up dead, you have 2 hours from that timestamp to take a picture of the fish and send it to them and say, these fish showed up dead. You owe me money. You have 2 hours to do that. And like, and if you don't do it within that 2 hour window, you're shit out of luck.
That's off. Yeah.
All bets are off, which I think is fair, right? I mean, you can't have somebody,
Yeah,
you can't have somebody and then like, oh yeah, yeah. And then, but I looked at their thing on like their Google whatever page thing, and people are like, these motherfuckers, you know, whatever. Like I ordered this, that, and the other fish, and I didn't get what I was looking for, or they had all these like complaints about this and the fish, and like, and every single one where somebody said, yeah, these fish showed up dead, and it's like, these fish were delivered to you at 11:12 a.m. It's like you sent us these pictures at like 5:30 p.m. It's obvious you left them. They were left at your house and they sat in the sun and they died. It's like, we're not giving you any money. You know, it's like we're not helping you.
Yeah, the rules are the rules.
Yeah, and it's just like, but I love the fact that these people were able to refute this, and like, and there wasn't a lot of people that were complaining about stuff like that. They were actually just like very, some people were saying, I asked for X number of fish and I didn't get enough. I didn't get enough fish for this or whatever. And it's just like, and they were like, it's just, it's like, well, how, it's like, you didn't take a picture of the bag. You it's like, you can't open the bag either. It's like, it's like you took a picture of your fish in the aquarium. It's like, how do we know? Just like, it's just, and it's, I think being able to refute that stuff. But the other thing about that, and I'll say this, is that when it comes to anything people are passionate about, whether it's music, movies, TV shows, board games, the moment a publisher or a creator starts responding to people that have a beef, a lot of those people,
criticism.
I mean, a lot of those people, I mean, and whether the criticism is like rightfully gained or not, I'm not here to debate that at all. What I am here to say is that, once somebody has a beef against a company, it is, and I'm not talking about just board games here. It is, you aren't going to convince them otherwise. If they've decided you're a bunch of rat bastards and I hate you and I hope you shrivel up and die in the sun, like nothing you can say is ever going to make that person happy. And if you start responding to those people, it's just, you're just going down a well. I mean, you're just and it's just like, why? It's just like, it's a situation where as a company, if somebody says to you, I'm never going to buy any of your stuff ever again, good, we're both happy. It's just like, whatever. I do have a problem, however, when people are like, I'm never going to buy anything from you ever again, and I'm going to try to make sure that everybody know. I'm going to tell everybody, God's green earth, what a piece of shit you are. It's just kind of like, all right, whatever. I mean, I guess, die mad about it. I guess it's one of those things where, I don't know. That stuff bugs me.
Yeah, I don't know how you can get so mad about something that you would.
There was a guy. I'll talk about TMG here. There was a guy at TMG, the TMG, who absolutely hated us. Like, I can't remember his name to save my life. I'd have to go and look at some of the emails. But he hated us. Like, just despised us. Every single Kickstarter we ever had, he was the first person to come in there and say, are you going to do this? Are you going to fix this? How are you going to do this? How is this going to be better than this? You screwed up this and this game, and this game. How are you going to fix this? I mean, it was like his life was trying to tell us how shitty we were. Like how incredibly shitty we were and how like we shouldn't be making board games. It was just, and this is before all the shit went bad. This is like when we were like the toast of the town, like Yokohama and all these things were going really well. And it was just like, we were like, what is this guy's problem? And of course, my bosses were like, just kill him with kindness. Kill him. I was like, no, fuck this guy. Tell him to like,
It could be a like a mental problem.
Well, here's the deal. He went to Origins and I was sitting there and he came to the booth and he wanted a copy of Guilds of London and a copy of Orleans Deluxe, and we still had those for sale. And he handed me his credit card for me to run it, and I looked at the card,
You saw
and
the name.
I saw the name, and it wasn't, and I can't remember the name, but it wasn't like a Kevin Smith. It was like it was just, and this is not the guy's name, but it would have been something like, you know, like something distinctive, like, you know, something, you know, like Frederick Slackenhoff or something, where you like, you see it and you're like, and I looked at him and I was just like, I said, "Are you the guy that comments on the Kickstarters all the time?" "Yeah, I am," he said to me.
You know, he was thinking about that. He was totally wondering, like in his brain, he's like, "What if they actually recognize me?"
And I said to him, I was like, "Hey, I'm glad, you know, it's like, I'm glad you're buying the games." I said, "Are these for somebody else?" Is what I said to him. I said, "Are these for somebody else?" And he says, "No, I want to buy these games." And I said, "Why do you want to buy these? You don't seem to like anything we produce." And he said, "Well, I just really don't like what your company stands for." And I was just like,
for making games,
and then Daniel like wandered over, and he was like, and he was just kind of sidling over, and I said, "You know," I said, "I'm glad to sell you these, right?" I said, "But you do realize every single time you make a comment and say something, I'm going to respond to you and say, I hope you're enjoying your copies of Guilds in London and Orleans because you hate us so much, but you still wanted to own these games. I wanted." And then Daniel's like, "Ah, ha, 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 ha." He's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And he said, and he was like, "Hey, you shouldn't have said that." And I was like, "No, fuck him." I was just like, you know, just like, no, he doesn't, because he was obviously at that point, and I don't know if it was like there was whatever was going on, but I was definitely of the mindset of like, you know, just why it had to be just something just like, I mean, and again, I don't remember what this guy's name is, and I'm not trying to like, but I just, because I don't want somebody coming back and saying, "Oh, I think this was me." It was like, no, it wasn't you, because I mean, there's another entire chapter of this story that's an incredibly personal one that we found out about him that has nothing to do with why he was like that. But I had to think maybe he had a problem with the fact that like Michael and Daniel were Mormon. I think that might have been part of it.
That was never publicly. That was never part of the company's.
But it was never. But Michael and Daniel were both on blogs, like Mormon blogs and things like that. It was very well known that they were that was their deal. So I always thought that maybe that was something there.
Do you remember Tanga and Uberplay and all that?
Oh yeah.
Jeremy left the church.
That's surprising.
He did a Mormon stories on it.
Oh yeah, I remember you told me about that. Yeah. Okay.
It's like a 2-hour episode. He's in tears. Not that it matters, but whatever.
It was not Paul Tompkins. It was not Paul Tompkins that came to the booth.
It was. Well, here's the thing. I hope the majority of people that use BGG and use the rating system are doing it with
the vast, as I said, and I won't say vast 27 times like I did before, but the vast majority of people that use it
with good
and rate it
right.
are either doing it to show their love or like love for the game, or their not appreciation of the game, but also just to kind of categorize it for themselves as well.
No, Gloomhaven has 433 ones.
And how many tens?
I'll tell you in a second.
Scott, you ever think about doing like a reviewers rating system?
What's a reviewers rating system? Oh, you mean like Rotten Tomatoes?
Yeah, like, but with review basically like
20K tens.
If you could get like the Dice Tower or rating reviewers or something like that.
Here's the thing. I don't know I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I mean, this is a rehash.
I'm a very egalitarian person. I don't think my opinion's any better than yours. So if I promote all the reviewers to the top,
see, I used to say that too. I'm not
saying the top reviewers. I'm just saying a group of reviewers.
Yeah, and you can do that on BGG. Actually, people don't realize you can make a Geek Buddy system. And I do that all the time. See,
I used to think that too, and then I was like. And then I was like, and this is going to come across as really conceited and shitty, but like I would respect my own and Forrest's opinion of a game far more than I would some Joe Blow off the street, because it's just kind of like Forrest and I have played thousands of board games, thousands of board games. It's like no. It's like if you wanted to know what was a good pipe for putting in your sink, would you go to the guy who just walked into Home Depot, or would you go to the guy who's been a plumber for 10 years?
Home Depot, definitely.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Entertainment.
Yeah,
I think
mean,
anyone can be a reviewer of
It's
entertainment.
cheaper, more efficient.
well, yes, but I mean,
first time.
but like, okay, fine. Would you, if like, I'm a reviewer that has 10,000 reviews. I'm a reviewer that has one review. Who do you think is I'm a reviewer who's played 5,000 games. I'm a reviewer who's played 10 games. Which one do you think is going to have more weight behind it?
But
I'm Roger Ebert. I've literally seen like tens of thousands of movies. I've seen 12 movies total.
Okay. Well, what number is the minimum number of things that you would have to say to be trusted, like a trusted reviewer?
750.
750. You have to play and rate 750 games before you can become a trusted reviewer.
Yeah, really.
Or 600.
Like 5 to 10 years.
No, it isn't.
Well, is that a problem though?
Yeah.
Well, I mean that number's a bit high.
I just feel like
No, I was saying to be facetious.
I mean, when
you're trying to lock me in a number.
Understood that.
Like,
but-
I'm just saying though, when I played Settlers of Catan and I thought it was like the best thing ever, I only played maybe in my lifetime 10 to 20 board games.
So is Settlers of Catan still the best thing ever?
No, but
Why? Why? Because you played thousands
I played
of
more
games.
board games. Yeah,
You played
my
thousands
taste
of
of it
games.
all. But that's not a
No,
problem.
And so that's
It's
just
still
it.
a 10 to me. I would rate Settlers of Catan a 10.
What? Doesn't that mean it's like
You
perfect?
think I'm not going to knock it down? Why would I knock it down?
yeah.
I
That's-
might like.
I mean,
There's
I
other
knocked
games
out
I would like
lots.
more than Settlers of Catan, but I still think it's a good game. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just playing back at you, Lance.
Somebody said that what are the odds TMG will ever return? Give it to. I mean,
We're not
without inside baseball, because I've had several conversations with the owner over the last like week or two. We've just been talking about whatever. I mean, it's absolutely a possibility that it could return. He's just basically gotta make. He's got to refund everybody for the last Kickstarter that he's not going to complete, and which he's going to do, and he's basically got to get to a point in his life where he's out of the red, and so that's why he's like going back and being a financial planner again, and like he's gonna just have a normal career. He says 2 years. He said 2 years, and if I still want to, I mean, and he said, and I'll probably never come back. He said, but I mean, if I wanted to, he said maybe 2 years from now, he'd come back and do something. But he says, and he's like, he basically, him and Daniel both said it was a fun ride. It was a great experience. There was tons of memories, and I'm proud of some of the things I finished, and I'm sad about some of the things that I didn't. But he's like, like Michael said, I got a beautiful family, and I got a great job, and got a nice house, and I'm loving life and moving on with my life. And he's just like and it's just one of those things where. So that's, I would say, I would give 20% chance TMG ever comes back, and I doubt he'd call it TMG. I think he'd call it something different.
Yeah, you got to get past that.
Yeah, you gotta get rid
The
of
name has too much baggage now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I know for a fact that I mean, 2 of Seth's designs we're kicking around in Gray Fox right now, thinking about, and one of them was co-designed by Michael. So,
Oh, I got a question for you, Lance. Do you
Yeah,
know
what's
when
up?
the EOS Kickstarter is going live?
September 9th.
September 9th. Thank you.
So, if you want a prototype sent your way when Hunger Gamer is done with it, I can have one sent to you if you want to do a video.
Oh, I was just checking for a Kickstarter. See, I don't know anything about the game. But yeah,
If you want, what are you doing tomorrow night? You can do a play test
I am at a football practice. Cannot.
to win.
8.
Well, you can, because it's with Ryan and Evan on the West Coast.
Nah, I spent some time with my wife.
Well, after
That's
that
really-
5 minutes,
No.
Give him a break.
No, I just, we have football practice 3 nights a week right now. So, and then I have board game night, and then so it's just I want to spend some time.
all right. It's
But yeah.
Cassandra, possibly Barry, if he's not like this, and Ryan and Evan.
I will defend Barry that playing games while high is very, very fun.
Yes, takes forever, but it's very fun.
Well, that's on you. It does not necessarily take forever. Don't lump us all into that.
Ha! When is the Crusaders expansion Kickstarter going live? That is. I remember. Yeah, that's another story. One day I'll do a tell-all about everything, But I remember arguing for a full day. Seth and I argued with Daniel and Michael for a full day to run a Kickstarter for the Crusaders expansion, and they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to do it, and it was just one of those things. And Seth said to me, "I'm scared that like it'll never see the light of day if we don't run a Kickstarter for it." And my understanding is that the copies were printed and made and are sitting in China, just like rotting in a warehouse somewhere. So hopefully at some point he'll be able to bring those over and have them for sale for people. But man, I played Crusaders again like a month ago. It's just a solid game. It's fun. It's so good. That might have been Seth's best design
on Gloomhaven just to see what people are saying. Here's a one. Not as great as I expected. Okay for the kids though. One. I always wonder, like, the people that rate one, like, do they really mean that because of the comment? Like, the comment doesn't make sense.
I mean, for me, and admittedly, like
and
I
then
said,
there's some
like
people ratioing balance. I'm rating a 1 for balance.
The reason they would have rated like the 1 or whatever. So rating the game 1 is the thing about that if it would have to be just like vomit in a box. Like it's just literally.
Oh yeah, there's definitely
like,
one. Yeah.
Unplayable. Like, and I can actually think of a game that I would give a 1 to, and that is that game that came out like 4 or 5 years ago that was about like the elderly patients in the nursing home trying to escape, but they were suffering from dementia, and so they would like lose track of where they are and trying to get out. It was just like horrendously themed.
What
and just
game is this? Was it fun though?
No, it was like the rule book was absolute garbage. It was like I had the game, and Scott Nicholson, name drop, was over at my house and he picked it out. He said, I heard about this. I want to see if it's as bad as I think it'll be. And I remember I hadn't played it yet, so I got out the rules and I started reading it. And I just remember as we were like trying to decipher the rules, like if you ever get a chance to play a game with Scott Nicholson, I strongly suggest it. He is just deadpan hilarious funny the entire time, and he was just sitting there and he was just like, after like 15 minutes of me reading the rules and explaining the game, he's like, all right, we're gonna find the fun here any minute now. We're almost there. Yeah,
but
it's just like, let's keep digging.
What was that?
God, and it was so horrible.
Ooh, I'm looking at my ratings. I have one game that is rated a 1 out of 1,327 ratings. I think I know what it is. I think it's Doggy Doo. Yep, Doggy Doo. And the only reason I gave it a 1 was because it can be a fun game unless the stuff inside, if you have an older copy of the game, and this happened with 2 of them, it becomes unplayable.
Yeah, it dries up and gets stuck. Yeah, so that is.
Yeah, what was the name?
Problem. So I gave it. That's the only thing I've ever given a 1 to.
I God dang it! Now I'm gonna. It's because it had a red box and it was like something like Gurney's and God, and it was, and like Mayfair published it, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah. No, I remember now. But bed broomsticks and something, or bed knobs.
Yeah,
it was something like that. Like it wasn't
bedpans and
bedpans and something.
Bedpans and broomsticks.
No.
Bedpans and broomsticks. That's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, there was an expansion. Did you play with the Crazy Clauses expansion? I think that's your problem.
Because it makes it much better.
Yeah. So bedpans and broomsticks, and
makes
like
the theme much better.
And it was borderline unplayable. The rules were horrible, and plus it was like, oh, you're All but one of the players are the elders of Shady Pines Village Retirement Home. You're all trying to get one of the 3 eggs to the building. Another player controls the staff of doctors, nurses, and orderlies. And it was like, and the like reading of it is like, oh, it's like the old people have forgotten who they are or where they are or something like that. It was just garbage.
It's from the designer of Nuns on the Run.
Two people gave it a 10.
I remember
Saboteur.
I remember like Joel Eddy did a thing about it, how he just because he's got some dementia in his family, and like he said he's like this is the only game I've ever wanted to burn. He was just like, it's treating like and it is weird. And again, I'm not, and this is, I gotta stop and think before I say anything. It is super weird how, like, games that were published like 5 years ago there's no way on earth a company would try to publish some of the games that are published now. I mean, just because and for better. I mean, I'm not trying to say it's a bad thing at all. It's the societal climate has changed in what I say, in my opinion, for the better. In so many ways, it's just stunning. Like you were talking about how like Sopranos is just kind of like, wow, they're all horrible human beings, and it's just kind of like, well, you can try to judge a product from the time in which it was created, right? And I don't think that there's ever a good excuse to say, oh, it's a product of the times or something like that, right? I don't think that's ever necessarily.
Well, it's not a good excuse.
It's not a good excuse, right? I mean, it's one of those things too where, okay, let me ask you this. Like you dive into a tweet somebody sent out 10 years ago. It was like an off-color joke or something like that.
Yeah, James Gunn got into that problem.
Well, yeah, and it's just kind of like, what you do, right, is you apologize and say, I shouldn't have said that, and I feel really bad about it, right? But
not sure that's all you need to do, but okay.
Well, I don't know. What do you?
I don't know what you would do.
Okay, so somebody has a recording of you when you made a joke 15 years ago, Aldi, and then it was horribly like offensive. And I'm not going to. So what do you think is the minimum that you should do?
Apologize, retract, and apologize. Yeah, I mean.
But you just got to say maybe that isn't all you do.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've not been in that position,
luckily. I'm just saying. What do you think? What do you think is the?
Yeah, act of contrition. Maybe make up for it in some way.
How do you make up for one off-color statement made 15 years ago? And like for all appearances,
community service and
for all appearances,
donations,
you've been squeaky
maybe.
clean.
I don't know. Clean
for
I'm
15
not sure,
years.
Lance. I have not really put my mind to that.
Well, no, I mean, but it's just like so. Let me say this. And again, I apologize. And if you don't want me to ask these questions, I won't. I'll stop.
Wait, you put on me on the spot.
Okay, well, fine. Like just anybody. Hypothetical situation.
Put me on the quad. Put me on the clock.
Okay. Forrest
never backs down.
Well, no, Forrest never backed down.
Whatever he says is etched in stone.
You win this election.
Okay.
You go on. You
have an actual possibility of being deep dug.
So you win this election. You go on to be successful. You're like 12 years. You've been a professional politician. You've gained in power. Somebody goes back to old Alaboom where you made an off-color moment where you said like a joke and somebody goes, oh, look at this little 10-second video clip that's taken totally out of context where you say this one thing. It's like, and everybody's then just like, oh, well, it doesn't matter how much good he's done. It doesn't matter all the things he said or done or anything. He needs to resign from his position. He needs to be a social pariah. He needs to, what do you think you should have to do in that situation?
Oh, they can take that job from me from my cold fucking dead hands. No, I just say, that was a completely different me.
It was just locker room talk.
Yeah.
I wouldn't defend it. I mean, I'd just be like, I've made a lot of mistakes in my past. That's part of the reason why, blah, blah, blah. But no, I would not like what Al Franken did. Just like, I would, no. I would not be big enough, quote unquote, to step down. Because at the end of the day,
Well, I don't know if I want to talk about it, but I really don't want to talk about it.
No, I mean,
I was thinking about Cuomo.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he did all these things. I mean, that's obviously different. That's actions versus just talking.
And there was like 11.
So here's the crazy thing about it, and I'm not just
let's not talk about it. Actually,
no. I'm just gonna say this. I'll say this. In I have talked to people that have fully admitted to me that they are of, because they vote liberal, and they have fully admitted to me, I think Cuomo should resign for the situation, but I don't know whether or not I believe the allegations against him. But they are completely in belief of any right-wing politician that has had those allegations made against them. And then I say to them, do you feel that your political lean has anything to do with why you're willing to give this person? And then they're like, I just don't really believe. And it's just okay, fine. I mean, if you're looking at it, but it's been my experience, depending upon which way you're going to lean, we're willing to give people the benefit of the doubt more, obviously, for people that we want to see succeed. I mean, I can remember when the whole thing came out for, you just mentioned Minnesota guy. I can't,
Kirk Cousins.
No,
Al
the
Franken.
politician, Al Franken, right?
Al Franken.
And it was just one of those things where it was and I can remember my left-winged people were all like, this is just a smear campaign. They're just going after him, this, that, and the other thing, or it isn't as bad as the other things or anything like that. And then when he finally did retire, they said, well, at least he did the right thing. Why don't the people on the other side do the same thing? And I'm just like, you have a point. Totally. But they're the same people that are like, maybe it wasn't so bad, or maybe it wasn't. And it's it's weird. We go on yardsticks, and it's just, I'm not, sliding scales, right? And our sliding scales, we want to give benefit of the doubt to really weird things, right? It's just I want to think the best of that person. I don't want to have this thing that, bothers me. And somebody said I want Rado back. I've told Richard he's welcome to come back anytime he wants, and I sent him this invite, so he's welcome to come back anytime.
Come back, Richard. You can.
I think he's coming to BGG Con.
Well, that'll be cool.
Yeah, I think he's coming, and his wife.
Oh, yeah,
that's cool.
So am I.
Yeah, you're coming too.
I am not.
There's a couple of people not coming that I was kind of disappointed in coming, but
I don't like the crowd there.
Name and shame.
Well, Dave and Aaron, the Puzzle Hunt guys, are not coming.
Oh. Yeah, we just put our palette together.
Peter's
our
not
stuff.
Game show guy.
Yeah. No, we put our giant
kids.
We put our giant palette together for our donation.
Oh, okay.
Got the address from Jeff. Then because we're donating a ton of yeah, and then we get to send a pallet of our own stuff for free. You'll hold it for freezies. What a deal!
We kind of do that stuff. Isn't that fun? Having a building is lets me do lots of fun things.
Yeah.
We've always held stuff, I think, for some people.
Oh, really?
Scott, that charity that the Board Game Geek Con goes to.
Yeah.
What's the name of it?
It's allme.com.
No.
And exactly what do they do? I know you said something about underprivileged kids, but I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, so the kids that go to juvenile detention or the system is when they come out of it, they get a 1-year internship at a restaurant, a full scale restaurant, and they get to work every position. They get trained as chefs, every seating, waiters. No bartending. There's alcohol there, but it's not bartended. But they get all of the things, and almost from what I've heard, that most of the people get hired at a different restaurant when they get out of there because they have all the experience, right?
Yeah.
A job is waiting for them if they want it.
Right. That's cool.
But the effect it's had on kids is huge. Obviously, this year has been rough because the restaurant's not
The
been open.
COVID,
Yeah, but they're doing other things. They're doing like they do meal delivery and gosh, I think there was something else.
Who's bringing the tepid lemonade?
The hotel provides all the tepid lemonade we want.
it's not the charity.
We have Cokes in my room.
I know.
I know you know.
It's glorious.
I'm pretty sure it'll be the same.
I gotta get back to the Glasscock side. Do we ever decide on a design?
We're not going to sell any more tickets though. This is it. So if you don't have a ticket, unfortunately, the tabletop, what's it called? The developers conference, the tabletop conference beforehand is canceled.
Developers?
It's an unfortunate. Well, they just couldn't get enough people to speak.
I like getting there on Tuesday though. I still.
Well, this actually is a thing that happened on the weekend.
Oh,
Tabletop
okay,
Network.
I gotcha.
Tabletop Network. Thing that sucks is Stripe. So I'm doing refunds, right? But Stripe is weird with refunds. Like if you have to have money in the account to do a refund, it won't go like directly to your backup. I mean, it'll charge you, or you have to wire in the money. So it's kind of annoying, like the way it works to do refunds.
Are you getting a lot of them, Scott, or because of the situation?
I'm in the position to potentially refund about 50 tickets, so we'll see. It's like 15 grand.
Yeah.
Because those tickets are more expensive. The tabletop conference, tabletop network conference. I don't know why I cannot remember that.
I don't know why you can't either.
Yeah, Paul's coming down on Friday beforehand.
Paul was. I miss Paul. It's been since the last BGG con, I think.
15,
I went to 15. I think it was
$200 Toblerones. There's a special dinner at Cafe Gratitude the night of BGG con ends in Teresa. I'm looking at the tickets. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's been. I mean, I haven't talked to them in a while because we haven't had a convention in a while. So I'll be interested to catch up with the foundation or whatever.
Yeah.
Chad Hauser is his name.
Yeah, like you were talking earlier, Lance, about a product at their time with these kids, Scott, the organization at work. It's almost the same thing. They're in a situation where that's all they know, and then they pull them out with this restaurant deal, and they're exposed to another world.
Yeah. Oh no, it changes their lives really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but a lot of these kids are basically treated as trash.
Yeah. I did something like that at the Hoagie Hut.
There was one kid who had no house. He had no home.
Yeah.
He was sleeping on the couch of like different people every night. And not to mention, they don't get meals.
Yeah. No. It's sad, some sections of our country. But you got things like this organization, Scott can't remember that helps people.
So one of the kids came over to the con I can't remember if it was last. That was in 2019. I think it was 2019, spring, and we gave him a few games. It like transformed him. He's like, I mean, they're super thankful about this stuff. So it was like, he was like going crazy over the game, and then I just gave him a couple of games.
Means a lot.
Blown away.
I've given away hundreds of games.
And it's just a small amount of stuff for us. I mean, it's not like we're giving away. It's just like a couple games can change people's world.
Yeah.
Now, when we give them money, we give them just cash.
Yeah, I figured
the stuff we sell, we just.
You said it was from the auction, right?
We just give them the cash, yeah.
Or the flea market.
We do the flea market, which is usually about. I think we did 15 grand or 20 grand.
That's a good chunk.
Yeah. I remember walking into the restaurant with $20,000 in a bag. I was like, "Can you take this away from me really quickly, please, and just put it in your safe?" Stuck it in the game bag.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. No, I'm not gonna bring it up.
I have something I want to know or not.
I wanted
There's
to talk more
still
about
too many
review stuff,
on-
but I guess we're done with that.
There's still too many unknowns on this. I do want to bring something to you guys. It's just because of the times. There's still a few unknowns before I, bring it out.
No, it sounds.
Intriguing.
I just can't get them
Right.
answered right now.
Yeah, there was a Stranger Things convention on the weekend before.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, it would last 2019.
Oh, okay. That's coming out in October, the new season.
Yeah, there's a new one, right? I haven't even seen the second one.
Really?
Nope.
It's really good.
Is there a third one too?
Yes.
How many have there been? 3?
3. This is 4, and I think they're going to do a 5th one.
I wasn't that impressed with the first one.
that.
It didn't grab me like some people.
Yeah, I think it caught a lot of people with the nostalgia, which it was just a little bit. The
There was
80s
not
are
enough-
kind of
there was not
before my
enough
time.
nostalgia
You
for
know?
me.
Have you watched? It's on Hulu, and it's called American Horror Stories, and
I've heard
it's
of it,
just
but
yeah,
I've
and
never watched
it's just one shot stories set in the American horror universe.
Right. So one season is a different story. Each season, different story.
No, each episode is a different story. It's very much like
each episode.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought it was the whole season.
so it's called American Horror Stories instead of American Horror Story, but it's set in the world of American Horror Story. So like the
Okay.
murder house is in. So like, and technically the first 2 episodes of American Horror Stories, it's a 2-parter episode, right? But it's very Twilight Zone-esque, but with American Horror Story twists and turns kind of thing. I would recommend it. It's yeah, I mean, if you like your horror, if you
Okay.
you just want to be able to watch something that'll just take an hour to tell the whole story,
Those are
thumbs
good.
up. Yeah, it's nice and salacious with blood and sex and stabbings.
The wholesome
Um,
things in life.
There's a wonderful moment
is it
where
mostly slasher or is it ghost?
yeah. Well, there's some ghost stuff and there's some slasher stuff. I mean, there's a wonderful moment when the basically a bunch of people start getting killed, and they anachronistically juxtapose that old like 1930s song. I know you belong to me, as these people are running around getting their throats slashed.
Mm.
It's a nice combination of views and everything like that as they are slain one by one.
Is there going to be another Watchmen?
Highly
Yeah.
doubtful.
I thought I heard there was not, and then I heard there was, so I'm kind of like trying to figure it out.
From what I understand, the guy who made the series is done. but
it's
open to other people doing it. Yeah.
in the quote of
would be
Matthew
so
McConaughey, be a lot cooler. It's like, you have any
It'd be a lot
beer?
cooler if there was.
Yeah, do you have any beer? No. I mean, is that okay? Well, it'd be a lot cooler if you did.
Yep.
Just like the one show that I am very annoyed that got kind of like hiatus canceled was the David Fincher, the one on Netflix about the serial killer.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Oh man.
The serial killer one.
Yeah, basically he said he didn't have the time for it and he didn't want to, even though the people were under contract, he didn't want to hold them to it.
Right. Yeah, it's a bummer because that was good.
Mindhunters.
Mindhunters.
Oh man, all 3 seasons of that are so good. Just
Yeah, it's a pretty good
really,
series.
really,
3 seasons? I thought there was only 2.
or 2 or whatever it was. Well, however many seasons they are.
Well, I'm about to
worth
say if
the
there's a
watch.
3rd season that I didn't know about, I'm gonna check.
I'm pretty sure it's only 2, but I was like, yeah, that was good. That's a good show, and the characters are good.
There's an
and-
article about it on season 3. Release date will be announced by September 2021. So they got it. They got an announcement coming.
Well, that'd be cool. It'd be a lot cooler if they did.
It would be a lot cooler if they did.
Because that is a good show.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right. We
All right.
said about an hour ago we were gonna close up shop, and then we kept
45
talking.
minutes, 40 something minutes.
Yeah, like we do. So
Cool.
as always, thank you everybody for tuning in, doing the thing with the stuff. Forrest, it was nice for you to be here for more of it now. I mean, like, it's been a while since you hung out the whole time. What are you gawking at over there?
Oh, I posted like 10 Kickstarter critiques that are launching, and my brain's just turning into mush.
How's that doing? Are you getting fivers?
Yeah. Well, Fiverr's chat system is the worst chat system in the history. So I got demoted to a level 1 seller, despite the fact my average ranking is like 4.86 out of 5.
What does that mean when you're a level 1?
So level 1, they're a lot more likely to just promote you, and people naturally find you.
Oh, the algorithm.
Yeah, and I automatically feel a major difference.
Really?
So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I got the orders. The videos are going well, and people. I think it's the kind of thing that's going to be really interesting, because a lot of people that are like, "Wow, thank you so much," are people who are publishers that are newer into the hobby. So if they continue to grow, it's like, oh, cool. That's like really like that's a good relationship. That's a good first foot forward.
What are you charging people for your time?
I think it's $40, $50, 45. I don't know. And the rule booklet one for $40, I do that with too.
How long does it take to run? Like an hour, 2 hours?
The rule book?
Well, how much work are you putting in on it for $40?
On a Kickstarter critique, it is I trying to go to this completely blind. I want to know nothing about the game. I want to just go on a journey.
You do it live?
Yeah, do it live.
Do it live.
Don't look at anything. And for the rule books, I mean, it varies. I did one yesterday at my kid's soccer practice took like an hour.
Okay. Still too low. But.
Yeah.
I'm bringing in money extra different ways. I got my relationship back up with a game crafter, so that's nice. That's a little extra $200 a month, which is not.
What do you do for the game crafter?
I do a spotlight every month, 4 videos, and culminating in a review. One of them's a gameplay, one of them's an unboxing, one of them's a setup.
$200. $200.
I need to get back to my solo channel, my solo streaming.
There you go.
Done it in 2 months now, I think.
That popularity just keeps growing for that solo stuff.
Yeah, it does.
Well, at least it got me playing game. I mean, my game group is sort of back together.
Get a larger drink.
Yes.
Half gallons, as big as I can find.
There was something else I wanted to tell you guys. Whatever. Let's just go.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Yep. Good night, everybody.